All right. So the plan for today was initially going to be playing Grixis Reanimator. But I'm just going to save that for tomorrow's stream. Or if we go for long enough, we could just do it later in the stream. But if you're watching all this on YouTube, it's going to be a separate VOD anyways. To give another kind of a backstory, I guess, as to why we're doing this, is that there are a couple of cards from Lost Caverns of Ixalan that I wanted to play in this deck that were not currently available for renting. And I needed to create a trade binder, like a new trade binder that wasn't going to trade away these rented cards. Every time I did that, Magic Online would crash. And I checked it out, and it's as to like why that was happening. And there was a Reddit post of somebody saying that, yeah, you have to just like delete all your old decks. Like if you've saved draft decks and everything, this just makes the like Magic Online slow down. And yeah, when you do this for a living, you have a bunch of stuff. And so I thought that you know, as we're going through this and looking at the different deck lists that I'm going to have to delete to make some room, we ran into banger after banger after banger. So I thought it would be cool that we just spend some time looking at them, you know, before we delete them, to make sure that we know what we are doing. You know, I want to say that because, you know, when you see mono red storm, I don't want to just delete it. I don't want to just I don't want to just wave it. Well, maybe this I want to get rid of. Border posts? Are you kidding me? Like, okay. We gotta write some of these down. Mono red storm. Yeah, they're great for balance. Okay, so this deck is well, it's basically what you think it is, what you can read, you know, you read it on the tin. It's mono red storm. I remember playing this list. It was fine. Instead of Tendrils of Agony, this was before, oh no, this was with Underworld Breach. But notice there's no Brain Freeze. There's no Brain Freeze, and you have like Young Pyromancer and and Saheeli, and so you're just like playing a bunch of rituals into card draw, into more rituals, into more card draw, and then you're like storming off, making a bunch of tokens, making a bunch of goblins, which are it's still tokens. You could pop off with Aria of Flame, which is when you cast the spell, you put a counter on this that it just domes a player equal number of counters on it. There was a while while this card was like played in Phoenix and Modern, right? It was like a Modern sideboard tech. Yeah, obviously Ignite Memory is pretty good. Jessica's Will's not on here. Oh yeah, we can revisit this. You have the spicy bonus round. Until end of turn, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery, that player copies it. They can choose new targets. That's, you know, look, you gotta work with what you gotta work with what you got. You got double cast, you got fork. You got a lot of garbage. I mean, we're playing Apex of Power. 10 mana sorcery, exile the top 7 cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among them, and if the spell was cast from your hand, you add 10 mana of any one color. Great. Okay. Thank you, Mono Red Storm. We got main deck Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast, and can't forget the border posts. Wow, okay. Well, thank you for your service. Everybody say a fond farewell to Mono Red Storm. We can check out mono red tokens. Also, if you see anything in like, if you are watching this in chat and you see something and you're like, ooh, let's talk about that one, like, let me know. Because we can, you know, if anything catches your eye as it slowly gets whittled down. I kind of want to figure out what Judge Dredd is. I have no idea what Canlander deck names are, you know, Canlander deck names. Yes, honey, Judge Dredd, the Stallone movie. I wanna figure out what that is. Mono red tokens. This is a mono red list where it's it's not medium red, it's not red deck wins, but something that is infinitely worse than both of those. I guess we would call this schmedium red, although schmedium red and you know, all those variants are just kind of, there are different ways that you can play red deck wins, but they it's not this. And so you have every like token generator, I guess is the idea. You got your Hanware Garrison, you obviously have all these Rabble masters like Legion Warboss Krenko. You've got the buff your team like the Hell Riders, Hero Oxford Ridge and Hell Rider. CZ Peasy, Young Pyromancer. We got Bushwhackers, right? We got Reckless Bushwhacker. We got Goblin Bushwhacker. We have access to Goblin Bombardment. Okay, this deck kind of cooking. This deck is this is something I'd like to visit. There's a maybe board. The maybe board. Why is Shinka in the maybe board? Like what decision is going to lead me to be like, actually, I think I need access to Shinka the Blood-Soaked Keep. Yeah, no Torbrand. Torbrand would have been out. It's weird that it's not in here. We got all the like Raise the Alarm cards here too. Where was it? I saw a Rusalka. Scorched Rusalka. 1 mana 1/1, pay a red, sack a creature, it pings a player, a planeswalker. This card was like a red deck win staple for quite some time. Unironically. Like it was just good. It helped you like attack into Jite or block something with Jite. And it just like gave you the last couple of points of damage to kind of throw over the top. This is an interesting deck. I'd take a look at it. It's a little goofy, but yeah, I'd jam. All right, we gotta see what Judge Dredd is. PCGL Brock, what up? Welcome for the 11th month. It's great to be here. Well, thank you for being here. It's great to have you. What do we think Judge Dredd is? Before we even see it, what do we think Judge Dredd is? Oh, it's just Dredge. It's just Dredge. Oh wait, no, it's a slightly different Dredge deck. Okay, so this is not traditional troll. Okay, I'm starting to remember this. I think somebody said just Dredge and it got, yeah, misconstrued as Judge Dredge. Because there's no like additional Underworld Breach combo or anything like that. It is just full-blown dredge yourself before you wreck yourself. But it has some groovy cards. Like it plays Flayer the Hatebound, which is wild. Acorn Harvest. This card lets you cast Hogak. 2 mana and 3 life. It's the green deep analysis. It lets you cast Hogak. You can flash it back, makes 2 bodies, cast your Hogak. I mean, what more do you need if you're playing Judge Dredd? Are there any other groovy cards in here? Scourge Devil, this one's a sicko. 5 mana 3/3 ETB, creatures you control get +1/+0 and unearth for 3. That's kind of hot. We got the Driven to Despair. Okay. Can Aftermath it away. Was there Knot of the... There's Knot of the Bone. I mean, yeah, you don't want to play your Knot of the Bone? There's Crippling Fatigue. This is the black deep analysis. Wow, that's a real sicko Magic card. I also noticed Hakan. Playing Hakan, huh? Do we have any other knights? Is there anything else that we can cast off this? Is there like a the 2 mana like -3/-3? I don't know. I can't see it. We got Creeping Chill. All right, so Judge Dredd was just Dredge. See you later. Oh yeah, excuse me, +3, -3. It's not last grasp. It's oh, what is it called? Twisted. No. It's like inverted something. Siphon. Nameless inversion. Nameless inversion. Yeah, nameless inversion. Ooh. Not to give another mono red deck, but slow burn. You're probably thinking, Ben, what do you mean slow burn? Well, I'm glad you asked. So slow burn was a version of Red Deck Wins that tried to play a not a grindier game, but tried to play, it was like the anti-meta version of Red Deck Wins, because when people were playing Red Deck Wins and it was the best deck in the format, folks would try to counter build and play decks that had they realized that it wasn't enough to just play creature removal or life gain. They had to play like both. And so the version of Red Deck Wins, it was every single 1-drop creature did not have the same amount of mileage against the field. But a version that went bigger, like, yeah, you can gain some life with your, like, people were playing like Temple Acolyte or Lone Missionary. Like blue-white decks were playing some wild cards. And this was a way to get around it. It has Thermo Alchemist and Electrostatic Field. Look at the 1-drops. The only 1-drop is Grim Lavamancer. The only 1-drop creature is Grim Lavamancer. And this deck plays Earthquake and Rolling Earthquake and Bonfire of the Damned. We got a second right sighting. That's a pretty hot one to pick up. Pulse of the Forge. Yeah. 3 mana, 4 to the Dome. Oof, take it. Territorial Hellkite. This is a good one. This one has not... You know, if a Red Deck Wins player played Territorial Hellkite at their top end, this card could still kill people. It's a 4 mana 6/5 flying haste. It says, beginning of combat on your turn, you pick an opponent at random that it didn't attack during your last combat, and it attacks that player this combat if able. And then if you can't choose an opponent, you tap it. So basically in 1v1, you play this, smack them for 6, and then it can't attack the next turn. But that's okay, they're probably dead. And like, yeah. Oh, Acidic Soil. 3 mana sorcery, deals damage to each player equal number of lands they control. Ooh. That's pretty hot, huh? We got Brimstone Volley, Char, Flames of the Bloodhand. Like, all the big burn spells are in here. Like, that's... The idea was that the old Red Deck Wins, like the little Red Deck Wins lists, they would play smaller creatures that got blocked and couldn't end the game. They couldn't like push enough damage, and that this version could just push a shitload of damage. Shrine of Burning Rage. This deck was killer. And it took down events. Like this, it looks goofier than it was. You know, like this deck was winning. It won a couple of tournaments locally. And this was like when there were like 50 player events at Monday. Like Monday nights were like 40 to 50 players at YJ. And that was old YJ. So if you've seen any videos of old YJ, you know that it's not the biggest store in the world. Imagine trying to get 40 people in that shop. 40 to 50. Ooh, Kiki Gorger's a good one. Is this the... Yeah, let's check out Kiki Gorger. Kiki Pod is just going to be... Oh, this is not normal. Yeah, Kiki Gorger. Okay. I have a soft spot for this deck. 4-color Kiki Gorger. So this is a Kiki Jiki Splinter Twin combo deck that also acts as a reanimator deck. Because you could Buried Alive and get Karmic Guide, Kiki Jiki, and then whatever. Like Karmic Guide Kiki Jiki just kills them. But right, you Buried Alive, get, let's say you get Karmic Guide, Kiki Jiki, and God, I don't know, Zealous Conscripts. And you can just make infinite combos off that, make infinite Karmic Guides, you can make infinite Zealous Conscripts and kill them. There's also World Gorger Dragon, which of course combos with your Animate Dead, your Dance of the Dead, your Necromancy. There's a lot of ETBs in this. There's a lot of ETBs in this deck. So like, yeah, when you're going infinite with your World Gorger Dragon, like, you know, what if you also just drew the cards you need? Like with your Owl Familiars and your Merfolk Traders. I don't know why a Braid's in here for some reason, but you know. Yeah, all right. I do think that Kiki Jiki Reanimator decks are underexplored. So I'm going to write that down. Kiki Jiki Reanimator. I wonder if I have... I had a Kiki Jiki Flash Hulk deck. Reanimator. It was like Flash Hulk, Reanimator, Kiki Jiki. That's a pretty good deck. Anybody see anything they wanna look at? Any of this jump out? 5-color stacks, 4-color Lantern Prism. Oh, the legend. The legend. Okay. So this deck is not going to be this was the updated version of this deck. So for folks that don't know, there was a list that I was piloting and racking up like a shockingly large amount of wins with, which was called 5-color Cascade Stacks. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It was a 5-color deck that played every Cascade card and just had a bunch of Super Friends and Planeswalkers. And it had Time Vault in it. It had Wildfires. Oh, we got Maelstrom Wanderer. Yeah, we got Maelstrom Wanderer here. My favorite play with this was turn 2 Maelstrom Wanderer. First Cascade, find Tezzeret the Seeker. Second Cascade, not currently in the deck, but find Garruk Wildspeaker. Tezzeret found Time Vault. Garruk untapped my Tolarian Academy for me to cast the Fabricate in my hand to go and grab Voltaic Key and combo kill. Yeah, you got Bit Blast. This version was updated with like some of the other Cascade cards that have been printed. But this is a wild one. I tried finding a version of this online, but I couldn't find one. Like 5-color Cascade stacks. The old WordPress had a version of it, but not like it didn't have the one from back in the day. Because like the original version that I was playing with this deck with, the original version of this deck was at like 30 points. Like it was so illegal. Yeah, the mana base is wild. It has Tabernacle. It's got all the artifact lands. What's BFZ Dredge? I imagine BFZ Dredge is just me building Dredge with... Well, it's not Battle for Zendikar. Why is it called BFZ Dredge? This is just Dredge. Burning Inquiry, Underworld Breach. No idea. And no idea why there's so many. Oh, sheep. Welcome back for the 56th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you for all the support. That is so long. It is disgusting amount of time. That's a lot of time. A lot of time. Very long time. Somebody wanted to see Lantern. Also, there was a very big post that somebody made. Don't know if the right time or place to ask. Google is exceptionally unhelpful. I'm trying to organize a local league and need to figure out how to decide who's actually winning. Count the most 4-0s and then the most 3-1s and then count the total points at the year end. How do you do it? For YJ, it's if you win, you get a point. That's really it. If you win, you get a point. You can do that system where 4-0 pays out to X. Like if you want for X1 to give a point, you could do like 4-0 pays out this many points, X1 pays out this many points, and you just tally it up. Okay, there are a couple of different Lantern lists that I played. 4-color, Grixis. Yeah, this is my attempt at a Lantern of Insight deck. If you don't remember Lantern Control in Modern, that was a deck that I liked to play back when I played Modern. And this was kind of my interpretation of it. And it's shockingly close to like Palcatraz and the like Planeswalker stacks list that ended up popping up. But this plays some worse cards. Obviously, you have Lantern of Insight, you know, the titular Lantern. But we also have Field of Dreams, which is a world enchantment for 1 mana that says that both players play with the top of their libraries revealed. You know, we got redundancy, chat. We got redundancy. We got Winter Orb. We got Damping Sphere. Oh yeah, Counterbalance. You'll love to see it. Got a whole bunch of 3-mana Planeswalkers, including Teo. Humility and Moat and the Abyss. Uh-oh. That's too many world enchantments. I'm surprised there isn't Nether Void. But instead of Nether Void, we have Null Brooch. Or I guess I've always been pronouncing this Null Brooch. Is Brooch? Is this just the first instance? Have I just been pronouncing brooch? I thought brooch was spelled... Oh. They're said similarly. They're homophones. I see. Huh. I gotta tell you, I don't know how many times I've spelled this word in my life. I was under the impression that they were spelled this, that they had the same pronunciation and same spelling. Okay. Yeah. I know what, to broach something is, but I was under the impression that they both used the same spelling and the same pronunciation. Lesbian Punk Pyromancer, welcome back for the 2nd year. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you for all the support. 2 years. Jesus Louises. Also, there's a Mind Slaver. Oh, we got more. Mind Slaver and Orbs of Warding. 5-mana UF Hexproof. If a creature would deal damage, you prevent one of that. Gross. Bye-bye, Lantern. I could remake a Lantern Control deck, but I don't know. I mean, I'll put it down. Lantern Control. This is another version of it. It's basically just got all the same stuff. Except this is Esper. It says, oh no, I'm playing red for DAC in this, so it's still 4-color. Oh yeah, we got the same top end. Consistency. Oh. I wanted to delete it, but we're going to look at Loam Reanimator. Oh, wait a minute. No, I want to look at that deck. Hold on, let's delete this one, but I want to look at Loam Reanimator. Yeah, Lantern Control would benefit from Beseech. And a bunch of stuff, actually. There's a bunch of hot tech. Okay. Loam Reanimator. So I believe this version was actually me trying to build a Eurolander deck. There was a deck in European Highlander that was Reanimator with like Oath of the Druids and Loam. And it was a deck that was doing so well that I think they made like changes to their banned list. And I saw that and I was like, oh, like maybe this is worth trying. It looks like shit, but maybe it's worth trying. I don't think it was particularly good, but it is something that I wouldn't mind exploring again, potentially in a more aggressive kind of shell. Like, we talked about building the Yawgmoth's Jacuzzi, but being like a Jund version of it. So that is on my list of stuff to play. Jund Fast Bond Reanimator. But yeah, this is... I mean, it's a Reanimator deck that has Oath of Druids, Life from the Loam. Doesn't have... It plays creatures that care about lands. Sylvan Primordial, Prime Time, Titania... Like, we've got some stuff. It's, do we have Dark Depths in here? We have Depths combo. Okay. Pretty good. Is this on Bazaar? It's also on Bazaar. Is there World Gorger? I didn't see World Gorger. Very weird that you wouldn't have World Gorger if you're going, like, as deep as Bazaar. Ooh, Angelic Renewal, Sun Titan. That's a hot commander combo that, I'd like to explore. Okay, goodbye. Let's go down to the bottom of the list so we're not stuck up at the top here. We got all the time in the world, chat. As long as my client... Oh, wait! Okay. 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 Allurin Pod Chain Rector, aka Ocean's 8. So this is a lot. Many folks have noticed that there's a trend in naming decks after films featuring Sandra Bullock.
Let the sun shine upon this Lord of
There's
Cinder.
there's a trend of naming decks after Sandra Bullock films or just Sandra Bullock herself. And it's basically any deck that has Academy Rector in here. This is, I mean, it says it right here. You're a Birthing Pod deck, but you're also a Sandy B, like Academy Rector combo deck with Pattern of Rebirth, although I don't know what you find. Like, what do you get? I guess Academy Rector can find Allurin, because you're also an Allurin deck. And then Allurin deck, like your Allurin combo. We have Safi. Do I have any way to drain? No, we have Safi Renegade Rallier, but we don't have a repeatable sack outlet. What is going on? Oh, and there's Food Chain. Right, Food Chain's in here with Walking Ballista. Oh yeah, this was, I mean, this is March 29th, 2019, maybe? 2020? Sometime around then. I do want to revisit Allurin and Food Chain, so I'll write those two down. This is a mess. This is a mess, and it's here twice. Gridian, welcome back for the second month. No Reanimator. I'll play if I have time today. I'll play Reanimator. If not today, then I'm for sure playing it tomorrow. Because in doing all this, it means that I'll actually be able to rent or buy the cards that I wanted to show off with Reanimator as well. So also, this is a blast. It's something I need to do for the stream anyways. It would take forever and be kind of a pain to do it offline, but also I mean, we get to share all of this bullshit. What do we want to look at? Bant Defenders? Can we look at the best deck and bester deck? Yeah, for sure. What do we think best deck's going to be? No, no, you couldn't. No way. Nobody would have gotten. Nobody would have gotten this. Okay. Oh. So the best deck is Stifle Knot. Gonna write down Stifle Knot. So this for first 102 cards. I forgot about this. Okay. Okay. So for some context, for people that were not watching the stream when we played this deck was a meme, right? If I'm curious as to what bester deck is, because this deck was built as a meme. People would give me money. I would play the deck on stream, no matter what it was. It was a meme deck. It was great. It's a thing that, you know, I think I want to start doing again with the Wheeler workshops. Because while this might not be the best version of this deck, we killed people. Like, this deck was killing actual decks. Like, it was, and it was not embarrassing. Like, we killed people with Phage. Like, we took infinite turns in this deck. It was fucked. And it did get some additional cards. We have the Likeness Looter. Obviously, stuff like Uro or Croxa gets really good with the stifle effects or Dress Down. Also, this is where the Illusionary Mask meme comes in. You may choose a creature in your hand whose mana could be spent by some amount of or all of the mana you spent on X. If you do, you may cast that card face down as a 2/2 creature spell without paying its mana cost. If the creature that spell becomes as it resolved has not been turned face up and would assign or deal damage, be dealt damage, or become tapped, and instead it's turned face up and assigns or deals damage, is dealt damage, or becomes tapped. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, this deck was wild. Like, there are too many cards to click on. Like, look at this. You have Boldweir Heavyweights. It's just a 4-mana 8/8 trample that says when it ETBs, each opponent can search your library for a creature card, put it into play. Like, that's what you're trying to get into play with Torpor Orb or Eater of Days. 9/8 trample flying. Like, these are beatable cards. You had Primordial Mists and Scroll of Fate to try and manifest these cards so that you can flip them face up. Yeah, this deck looks like dog shit, and it is, but it beat people. Like, this is a deck that I wish I still had the VOD for, you know? This is something I wish I still had the VOD of, because nobody's gonna believe me. And, you know, while they can take the word, take my word or the word of folks that were there that witnessed it in real time, you know, it's hard to believe. What the hell is this? Oh, I remember this deck. Okay, hold on. Flabustlebum? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to I was pausing, like, what do I say? And I was about to go, I love you. Thanks for joining. And Harold Holmes back for the 43rd month. I've been subbed for 3 months. Well, it's a little more than that. But thank you so much. That's a long time. Very long time. So this is Sandy B, but with Thalids? Why is this like Fungus Sandy B? Why, what are the fungus card? Oh, is it because of Life and Loam? Right, because there's some infinite combo that involves Life and Limb. Oh, what was it? There was some combo that involved Life and Limb and making... It's Life and Limb and Spore Mound. That's what it is. But then why am I playing all this other shit? Why does my deck have Elvish Farmer? It doesn't need Elvish Farmer. Oh, because you need to sack for the combo? And they all have remove can't. Well, some of this has sacrifice. Okay, well. Again, if I said, all right, $100, whoever figures out what this deck is, nobody would get this. There's no way. There's no way. Okay. What do we want to look at next? We got some good ones here. Angel Oath, Aristopod. Oh, Boogie Boys. I don't think Boogie Boys wasn't the actual, like, the original name, right? Because Boogie, it was Boggy. It was Boggy Boys. Right. It was my interpretation of Boggy Boys. No, this was a deck by Big Gay Julia, who was playing a mono black deck that was highly aggressive and evasive. So it was mono black aggro, but it focused on it was basically mono black flying men, which is why it was flying men and became Boggy Boys, because there's a lot of, you know, it's a bunch of swamp walk creatures or unblockable creatures, that kind of thing. There's too much shit to look at in this deck, right? You got, why is this card in here? It's a 1-mana 1/1 flyer. Why is this card in here? 1 mana 1/1 flyer. Dread Malkin, it's got menace, that's evasion. Why is it playing Deviant Glee? Because this is an Unholy Strength. You need to put your Unholy Strengths onto your Boggy Boys to make sure they deal more damage, you know? We have actual Unholy Strength in this. Oh, with the good art. God, what else? Foul Imp. 2 mana 2/2, when it ETBs, you lose 2 life. Nice, nice. I mean, the heavy hitters in this deck were Dark Triumph. 5 mana instant. If you control a swamp, you can sack a creature instead of playing the spell's cost, and creatures you control get +2/+0. So it's a free spell, kinda. It's a Trumpet Blaster team. And Karavek's Spite. 3 black instant, additional cost to cast a spell. You sack all permanents you control and discard your hand. Target player loses 5 life. Yeah, 25 lands. Your points were Black Lotus Box Jet, which I guess that hasn't changed much. Yeah, Boggy Boys. Boggy goodbye. Big Orzhov Blink Animator. Oh, I think I know what this one is. I believe this one is just Orzhov Reanimator, but you had a lot of like utility 4s and 5s. Like you may have like Gristlebrand and stuff, but I think it was like, what if I reanimated my Monarchy creatures or my like Shriek Maw? Yeah. Okay. Oh, this deck's a mess. This deck's a mess. Crouching Fenton, welcome back for the 8th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you for the support. So, yeah, it's Orzhov Reanimator, but we're only really, I mean, the idea being that you're a mid-range deck with like blink effects, and you're blinking. You can, you know, reanimate your Elishnorn, your Gristlebrand, your Noxious Gearhulk, your Magister of Worth, whatever. But you could also just like get back your Obsidat with like a Shallow Grave, and then it doesn't get exiled permanently because of Obsidat's ability. You could just like get the Monarchy, have this die, and then reanimate it to get it back. This is kind of like an initiative reanimator. Blink Reanimator. Parentheses initiative? Question mark? Because this deck would be sick to try again. You got Loyal Retainers. Just for more reanimation. Good maybe board, Ben. Iona, Fiend Hunter. Yeah, Kaya. Kaya is a planeswalker that did pretty well in the format for like a couple of years. doesn't really have the impact that it does nowadays. But this card was like a reasonable mid-range threat for a while. Where's my Enduring Renewal? Do you know how many Enduring Renewal decks we have? I think we have... I saw 3, right? Like we had Bomberman Enduring Renewal. Oh, I clicked the thing and now it's just slow scrolling. I'm surprised nobody has mentioned Bant Defenders. Oh yeah, we could look at Big Green. I mean, Bant Defenders is pretty straight. I forgot about this. Bant Defenders walk. So we are a Bant Defenders list with all your favorite walls. Once I get my Archimedes, you're fucking dead. Plays all of our walls. And has the Spellseeker Time Walk combo. And while we do have Eternal Witness in this deck, this was before Timeless Witness, so we have Mnemonic Wall. We have a tutorable Timeless Witness. You can find it. You can find it with a Defender tutor. You can like, this is great, right? Also, all right, okay. So when I'm describing these decks, I'm going to describe them in a way where obviously this deck is more of a meme than anything, but when you're building a deck like this, you kind of have to go like, okay, what strengths does this deck have? Like, what can this deck do that the Spellseeker classic like Seeker Walk deck can't do? And one of the things this deck does have access to is that it adds a shitload of mana. Like, it adds a lot of mana, more than Seeker Walk can. And in fact, it can add infinite mana because we have Axebane Guardian here and Freed from the Real. So we have Axebane Freed from the Real here. We have Overgrown Battlement. You know, we have these large mana producing walls. Also, our mana dorks don't die to Fury, right? Like, I don't think Fury wasn't out then, but like Fury style cards like Pyrokinesis and like Fork Bolts and stuff, our creatures can survive that. We can just block. Like, it is genuinely hard to attack into this deck. And also we have a couple of protective cards too. Like, we only have, there's Resolute Watchdog, which is like a thing that you can get out to protect your creature. But it can help protect, you know, they go to bolt your Spellseeker and you can Watchdog to save the Spellseeker. Any more recent upgrade cards to this list? A ton, right? There have been a ton of cards, a ton of Defender cards that were printed. There's one that tutors up a Defender creature. There's the, I guess, the Wingmantle Chaplain that just poops out a bunch of birds too. Like, Defenders might be something worth, it's not a great deck, but you know what, I'm going to write it down. Defenders. I'm going to write it down. Do we play Wall of Roots combo? Wall of Roots combo. Like, with Quill Spike? Why Gifts Ungiven? Because we probably had extra points and I didn't know what to put. You can create gifts piles with Seeker that in Savine's Reclamation and stuff that combo kill people. Yeah, I can fight back against the combos. Big Green. Oh yeah. Oh, I was taken aback. Okay. Oh. So this is Big Green. I'm gonna write that down. Big Green. We got the 15. Oh yeah. We got all of them. So I don't think this deck should play Lich's Mirror, but if you look at the points for this list, it is in fast mana. God, these cards were underpointed. We have Mana Crypt, Mana Vault, Soul Ring, Mystical Tutor, Spell Seeker. That's kind of wild. And crop rotation, no longer a point, but you know, at the time it would have been. That's pretty funny. I don't think Lich's Mirror should be in here, but it's all about finding channel. Like, you got a free splash in your colors anyways. I know people that would play big green that splashed black for Demonic Tutor and Deathrite Shaman in their point spread if they didn't just want all fast mana. But the idea was that just like trying to break channel and just like, let's get channel going as quickly as possible and cast an Eldrazi. This Lich's Mirror was a jump scare. I did not expect this card to show up. Christ. Okay. It's written down though. Our sticky note is starting to get pretty powerful here. Mono red Storm, Mono red tokens, Kiki-Jiki Reanimator, Lantern Control, Jund Fastbond Reanimator, Allurin, Food Chain, Stiflenaut, Blink Reanimator, Defenders, and Big Green. Channel was pointed a long time ago, but not anymore. Ooh. Dutch stacks? Oh, that'd be mono white stacks, wouldn't it be? Oh, where are we going? Nexus Shepherd? What is Nexus Shepherd? What? What? So there's got to be a Nexus of Fate in here. Oh, this fucking deck. Okay. So you're an Oath of Druids deck, and you're an Oath of Druids deck, and you mill into a Maria Shepherd, and then you play a land. You mill your deck into a Maria Shepherd, and you have this Nexus of Fate, right? So that you can either take infinite turns or that you won't actually die by milling yourself out. Overburden? Oh. Actually, that's kind of hot, because that if you have Overburden, you guarantee yourself a land drop with a Maria Shepherd. Why are you in here? Is there Polymorph in here? There must have been. Why is this card here? This makes no sense. Is there an equipment we need to get back? I cannot tell you what this is. Maybe there's just token generators. Yeah, it could just be like we're Stacksy. So if we're doing stack stuff, maybe we're desperate for token generators. But this is an embarrassing card to have. Like, this was an embarrassing card to have in 2013. It's an embarrassing card to have in presumably 2019. So I'm trying to remember the combo. Is you get a Maria Shepherd, you mill. The idea is you like mill your deck, and you a Maria Shepherd. You play a land, and you a Maria Shepherd back your. You either like set up Savine's Wreck to like get back your Fastbond and Crucible, or you somehow set it up so that you like a Maria Shepherd, get back Fastbond, and then get back your Crucible Worlds, and then you add a shitload of mana, find your Time Walk, and you take another turn and you start Time Walking. This deck's a mess, but I do think Oath of Druids decks are like severely underplayed in our format. They're hard to do, right? But a card that busted is something that you would imagine more people would be trying them than they are. Hershey Bar, welcome back for the second month. How many eggs in 2 dozen? 24. Unless you get them from the baker, but don't buy your eggs from the baker. Well, sometimes buy your eggs from the baker. If they're the eggs that they use. Oh yeah, okay. All right. So this is new Seinfeld. I think I called this my headcanon was this is Seinfeld vision, like the 30 Rock bit. For those that don't know, there's a deck in our format called that's mono blue hard control. It was called Seinfeld. It was created and originally piloted by Tyler Woolley. And then other players picked it up. Jeremy picked it up. Former counselor Garrett was a big proponent of Seinfeld, and particularly a version of Seinfeld that had a little splash of white. And it was for, I remember it being for Narset and Approach of the Second Son, which is, I believe, this card. There's the jump scare here. Like your win con, the whole thing about Seinfeld was that you're a deck that did nothing. Like you're mono blue control and your opponent just conceded because, oh fucking god. Your opponent just conceded because you just locked them out of the game. You had like a million cards in hand, right? And you had very few win cons. It was a deck about nothing. But then this version added a couple of, like, it added Narset. Garrett's version added Narset and Approach of the Second Son and Sphinx's Revelation as a way to be like, look, you have these fetches. Like, you can get a very light splash in here. And Narset's hilarious because this emblem also, like, this card, it's better than it looks. It's 4 mana Planeswalker with 6 starting loyalty, likely going up to 7 immediately. That's a lot of loyalty. And, you know, it can't draw you lands, but it can certainly draw you non-creature, non-lands, which is basically everything in this deck. This deck has 3 creatures. Snapcaster Mage, Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and Baral. And so this card was kind of hot. Approach of the Second Son was hot because it stalled out and just kind of actually let you win without going to time every single round. And I wanted to take that a step further. And I added Teferi, and other versions of this list. I played Swords to Plowshares. I'm going to write Seinfeld down here. Other versions of this list, I played Swords and Path to Exile too. This card's actually like... When I rebuild this deck, I will put this card into the list. I feel an obligation to. But it's not that bad. Like on 5, play this card, -2, Swords their thing, and then you get to Swords on your upkeep again. Like that's not bad. I kind of want to plow through these new decks because there's a bunch of them here. And this is just like opening a Kinder Egg. I know it'll never truly work. I want to see a combo deck that runs Helix Pinnacle and the new Millennium Clock. I mean, if you're a combo deck that just adds infinite mana, like, yeah, you're usually better spent using that infinite mana on something else that, like, you know, could maybe do some other things during the game. But, like, I don't know. They're both 1 mana cards, right? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is the flash, right? This is Flash Rector Sandy Hulk, right? So this is a pattern Rector. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is. How is there no Allurin? You have Carven Harpy? Because Omniscience was our Allurin. Omniscience was our Allurin. I remember this deck. This deck, I played this as an Esper build. Where it was like Esper, Sandy B, which that wasn't Miscongeniality. Miscongeniality was the other Flash Spellseeker version. So I guess this deck might have been the prototype for Miscongeniality, because Miscongeniality was Sandy B but with blue, because there's that iconic blue dress from Miscongeniality, of course. So yeah, the idea is that you can Flash Hulk into just like a normal kill. I say a normal kill, but this isn't really the standard kill. But you can Flash Hulk into the... Oh, did you just Flash Hulk? In this version, I think I just Flash Hulked into getting Omniscience into play, which is pretty funny. Because I'm not seeing, like, there's sack outlets, but where am I draining people? There's Bloodthorn Vampire. I mean, I have Parasitic Strix. But Parasitic Strix is only doing stuff with Cavern Harpy with Omniscience. Oh, there's Red Cap. Right, we have Red Cap and Finks. Do I have a Malira? No. Huh. Okay. Okay. I don't hate... Yeah, we have Rebel Arc Karma Guide. Okay, we don't need the Malira. We do it the hard way. Of you get the Hulk dead, Hulk trigger, find Karma Guide and sack outlet, get back Hulk, sack Hulk again, find Revelark, sack Karmic Guide, sack Revelark trigger, bring back Karmic Guide, bring back oh no, I need to get the red cap first. Fuck, I haven't done this in a while. You get the picture. Yeah, you got loops. You got some Revelark loops. I'm like doing this while looking at the tools that I have, and it's just like, why are we... Do we really need this Gerard's Verdict? Do we really need Gerard's Verdict? Yeah, Ailey was a cool card. I played Ailey quite a bit in Sandy B. Okay. Bye-bye new deck. Somebody asked if we had new deck 69. I don't think so. New deck 10. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, Boros Prowess. Wow. Look at it. It keeps going. It keeps going. Oh my god, it keeps going. Boros Prowess. Am I on Kiln Fiend? It's kind of like a Boros Blitz, or sorry, not Boros, Jeskai. It's like a Jeskai Blitz deck. Let me write down Blitz. I was thinking about streaming Rug Blitz next week, with like questing Druid and stuff. Yeah, it's like a heroic deck. No feather though, which is kind of funny. Must be too hard on the mana base. 29 lands, triple Mox. What's our points? Triple Mox true name? Ooh. Yeah, this is, look at this curve. Holy shit. A Crowan Skyguard. Adorned Pouncer. Majoring Bully. Wow. This deck is wild. There's so much shit. Hammer Hand? Yeah. This is how you know this deck's good. When your deck has more 1-drops than lands, you know this deck's good. Yeah, Sprite Dragon wouldn't be out. This looks to me like a first month of streaming deck, you know? Storm Chaser Mage. Oh, I had such high hopes for this card. In my Oath of the Gatewatch set review, this was way before I was doing North 100 or doing anything. I looked at this card and was like, this card might just be the best card from Oath of the Gatewatch. And now, admittedly, Oath of the Gatewatch isn't actually a set with a lot of heaters in here. I kind of want to look at it. Like, best cards from Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm looking at Oath and I'm trying to see if there's any like card that still sees play, right? Because Thought Not Seer or like Goblin Dark Dwellers both saw a lot of play in our format. Kalidas as well, but none of these cards see play anymore. Like maybe Kozilek, like 10 mana Kozilek sees play. Nissa Voice of Zendikar sees occasional play. Reckless Bushwhacker sees occasional play. Reflector Mage, but that I don't even think so. Like this set, yeah, not a lot of these cards see play anymore. Certainly not at the highest tier, but I saw this card and I'm like, yo, this doesn't die to a shock. With a single spell, it attacks into and blocks Vendilion Clique. It gets around bolts. Like this card just chips away until you're ready to go all in. It's evasive, was so high on that card. And then it just like didn't do enough. It was just better to play. It ended up being better to play these cards that if you got to untap with them, you would just kill your opponent dead. Instead of this card where it's like, it's easier to untap with, but harder to kill them once you have done that, you know? Which is kind of interesting. It's an interesting way of, you know, it's an interesting level up moment. This is medium green. This deck, I still love it to bits. This was an answer to medium red in that the, once we discovered that Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, and Ancient Tomb Mana were busted, it was a, you know, like medium red being the biggest deck that took advantage of those. Death and Taxes sure played that as well. But, you know, the deck that really jams a lot of 3-drops and 4s, I wanted to try out green as another option. And this deck was good. It was solid. I mean, I took down 1 tournament with it, maybe 2. 1 tournament. Took down, I think, a single tournament with it. I played it on Friday Night Paper Fight. I think I played it in like a league. And yeah, it was, turns out just like, one of the things with medium red is that when you didn't have like an accelerant to get a 3-drop out on turn 2, your deck kind of sucked. Or it was just like a bad version of red deck wins. And adding green meant that like you had more turn 1 plays to accelerate into like a 3-drop or a 4-drop, but it also meant that you could play cards that scaled better, like all these X spells. You know, you got more mana sink cards. Yeah. This deck was a lot of fun. You got big loads. This deck has a lot of heaters. Wolfear Silverheart. I can't believe my Fursona no longer sees play in Magic the Gathering. Unbelievable. Ooh, Pierogies. I mean, this isn't Pierogies with your Stogies, but Pierogies Hydra is pretty... This card fucks. I played this card in Vintage. There was a classic deck. Does anybody remember what classic was? It was like not quite vintage, but stronger than legacy. It was a wild format. And I remember there was a classic video that I watched. I wonder if I can still find it. Classic MTGO Survival of the Fittest. I don't think this is it. No, I can find people playing against it. There was a, long story short, there was a classic deck that played Orcish Lumberjack. And it was like a Survival of the Fittest deck that played Orcish Lumberjack. And it had Canadian Hydra at its top end. Because if you put Anger in your graveyard and then play Canadian Hydra, it just killed people quicker than any other card in the game. Like you could play the dragons or whatever, but Canadian Hydra would attack for 8 and then it attacked for 16. Like it just killed people in 2 hits, which was huge at the time because that was like 13 years ago, 12 years ago or whatever. Yeah, medium green. Lovely stuff we've got here. My favorite StarCraft player. All right, on to new deck 12. I wish there... Can you just... You can't, like, group all these... Ooh. Medium white, a.k.a. Angel Stompy. So this was, again, talking about the Soul Ring. Holy shit, look at these points. Look at these points. Mana Vault, Soul Ring, Mox Pearl, Mana Crypt. Oh. I'm going to scream if there's a strip mine in this deck. No. No strip. That's wild. This must have been early 2019. Yeah. So this is like medium green, but applied to white, where we were already using some of these cards in building Death and Taxes, like you just, you know, accelerating out into your 3 drops was really powerful. Having extra mana for your equipment was powerful. And then being able to have mana that stuck around after you get was pretty good. But what if we played all these big angels? What if we somehow found a way to play? Damn, the scrolling past to see the 7-drop slot, that's the because look, we got Bruna in this list and Gisela. Surely we have Gisela. Oh yeah. We got Exalted Angel. This was just, I mean, this deck was really just a way of somehow getting to play Exalted Angel in Highlander again. Lyra, Angel of Sanctions, Archangel Avacyn, Be Sleazy. Ooh. Ooh. For medium black? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, L. In a world where you can't play Archdemon Apollyon. I don't want to live in a world where you can't play Archdemon Apollyon. Yeah, you had Tomek. I know, it's not on Moto. Okay. Good deck alert. Although this was my version that made it a little worse. This is the original Seeker Walk deck. So this is the original Seeker Walk deck for those that don't know, if you want a little history. Because Ephemerate, was Ephemerate out? Or I think, yeah, Ephemerate would have had to have been printed. But we hadn't moved on to like trying it because the black cards were just better. Eventually people moved to 4-color and they're like, oh, this is just much stronger. Or they moved to like 4-color with red instead of black too. Like there are a million different ways you can build Seeker Walk. But this one was a lot spicier because you have your Time Walk, you have your Spell Seeker, you have your Birthing Pod, and you would go up. How you would take infinite turns is you would basically like, you get your Seeker for your Time Walk or whatever, and then let's say you have a Mana Dork, like a 1-drop in play, and then you Birthing Pod. And you could Birthing Pod your 1-drop into Phantasmal Image to copy Spell Seeker to go and find Regrowth, and then you'd Regrowth Time Walk, and you do it again. The next turn, you would untap and you would pod your 3-drop because Phantasmal Image, excuse me, is a Spell Seeker, and you would find your Archaeomancer or your Sakashima, and then you would get it back and take an extra turn, and then you would pod one of your 5-drops into, or one of your 4-drops into a 5-drop like Body Double, which would come into play as a copy of one of the 4s. And you would take another turn. And then ideally you would work your way up so that you would like pod into Scarab God. Scarab God, activate, exile the clone to, or exile like an Eternal Witness or something to come into play to Time Walk again. And then you would get up to your Progenitor Mimic. So Progenitor Mimic is a 6-mana creature that says you may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature, except it has at the beginning of your upkeep, if this isn't a token, you create a token that's a copy of this. So you would then have Progenitor Mimic cloning Archaeomancer, and you would just take infinite turns that way. More convoluted than Ephemerate, for sure. But it was really neat. This deck, the Ephemerate Seeker Walk deck, you do have some pretty tricky lines at times, but this version felt, this one felt like you had to really big brain your way into killing people. And it really scratched that itch that Kiki Pod used to scratch. I mean, there's no coincidence because the local pilot to really take off at this was Pat of Pat Pod fame. This version I was trying out with the 5-mana Time Walks because I wanted a little more redundancy in getting going. And like, even if these cards were acting as Explore, they were just fine because this deck was so mana hungry. Just so incredibly mana hungry. No Seasons Past? No, that's that'll be in Curb. which we have a couple of curb decks in here. Ooh, Esper Humans. Okay. Triple Mox. Are we just on triple Mox? There's got to be something else in here, right? Triple Mox. Stoneforge? Yeah, this was when Stoneforge was a point. Yeah, it's an Esper Humans deck. You play a bunch of humans. You play fast mana. You play a whole bunch of stuff. Hello, Mr. Wheeler. I have an off-topic question. Can you talk to the RC about banning mana barbs in Commander? It ruined my evening the other night, and I'm still salty. I mean, tell you what. I'll mention that somebody mentioned it to me, but I don't think mana barbs is getting banned anytime soon. That seems to be like, it sucks that you had that experience, because yeah, that's not the most fun card to play against. That seems to be a thing that is handled by being like, hey, if you're playing against a person that plays mana barbs and you don't want to play against that, you can either be like, yo, don't play your mana barbs deck, that shit sucks, or just be like, hey, I'm not going to play with you, you play mana barbs, you know. GTA would have been points, Fidun, and so it would have been 2 points, and I really wanted to get triple Mox plus you know, Stoneforge in there. Yeah, I will, you know, anytime somebody says, can you bring up this card, I do bring it up. Like I keep a note of anything anybody's mentioned to me. That card is a bit of a pisser. You're the first person to say anything about it. But yeah, that card is like in the category of like cards where it's just like, oh, well, if you're playing this at a casual table, then what are you doing? Like, it's you're not, you know, nobody's having fun with this. Can I bring up Sungrass Egg? Mods, can we ban this person, please? Hello? Hello? Esper Humans. That's another deck I want to tackle. I updated it earlier this year, but it's one that got better. Esper Humans. You ulted a Nissa and brought 16 Force into play, and then I couldn't use them. Okay, well now it just sounds like you were about to win the game and your opponent did a thing to stop you from winning the game. But I get what you mean. I don't want to sound like I'm not listening to what you're saying. This is another medium green deck. Am I going to watch the Street Fighter tournament that Crim's a part of? I'll watch the VOD of it. I played with Crim for like 2 hours a couple of nights ago, helping him out. He leveled up immediately. Like the 2 hours of playing against Crim, he leveled up. I hope he does well. He seems to take to it, and he seems, from talking to him, seems like he's hooked. Like he's just, he fell into the one more trap so quickly. I want to get him on Oki Oki. He said he was down, and I think he'd be a good fit too. Because I think him and Nelson are like, you know, Nelson has a bit more familiarity because he's been playing it a bit longer, but Crim has his youth. Oh, you ulted the Nissa into the mana barbs. Oh, I see. This is Belcher. This is an old school Belcher list. One of the first, this might even be the Belcher list that we played on the front page of Twitch, which is still one of the funniest things that I think we've ever done. I was on the front page of Twitch as a part of the like new partner program, and I remember looking at my viewership, and there was like it capped out at 7,400 people. And I'm like, wow, what a great audience to like be able to showcase some of the things we can do. And I'm just fucking playing Belcher with my sticky note on the screen going like, come on, for the entire time. It's just really, you know, it was great. Great use of my time. As you can see, this was from an era when you could play Demonic Tutor and Black Lotus in the same deck. Yikes. And Yogwill was 0 points. Oofa doofa. Yeah, this deck, Black Lotus and Demonic Tutor may have been cracked. I mean, we know it was broken, but it's this deck was so cool because you had some of these. Look, you had Nature's Lore in 3 visits, which tutors up a forest. You have 8 lands. We have Lay the Lands. We had like we had ways to like get mana out of our deck. Ooh, Naya Land Pod. I didn't mean to click on this, but oh, was that? Oh, ooh, Schmedium Blue. All right, we got Medium Blue, aka Battle Bots. This is closer to, this isn't Battle Bots proper, but this is Medium Blue. It's pretty close to medium. Where's my Blightsteel? I mean, it might be down here. I don't have Tinker in this deck. Sorry, no Blightsteel, only Zahad or Zahid. Yeah, so this is another Ancient Tomb mana deck. We have the Artifacts matter cards. You know, you got your Ram Roller, your Foundry Inspector, your Traxos Scourge of Krug. You have Winter Orb, but you also have classics like Serendib Efreet, Sea Drake, Esperzoa. Who could forget Ruination Guide? 2 and a blue for a 3/2 devoid with ingest, and other colorless creatures you control get +1/+0. Zahid, 6 mana 5/6, but you can pay 4. What do you mean this deck was garbage? It deletes it immediately. Farud. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that properly. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you been? Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh, is this Greedy Jiki? No, this is just normal Jiki. Yeah, this is just very classic 4-color. This is my version of 4-color Kiki Pod, where it was very similar to Pat Pat's, but I had a couple of other inclusions that I wanted to play. The biggest ones, ignore the Fibblethip, but the biggest ones were Quirion Ranger and Priest of Titania. Priest of Titania, because this deck always felt mana hungry, and we had a ton of elves, and Priest of Titania adds a shitload of mana. And then Quirion Ranger, because it could untap your Prime Speaker Vanifar, could just untap Kiki Jiki if you needed to tap it to go find something else and get more mana. It lets you, you know, obviously rebuy land drops if you kept a low land hand. It's an elf that contributes towards Priest of Titania. Yeah, pretty straightforward. The Goblin Settler. Ooh. 4 mana 1/1 ETB destroy a land. Oh, I miss when this kind of deck was. I miss this era of Highlander a lot. It's very nostalgic for me. Very nostalgic. What kind of deck is this? Oh, we're just going through old decks on my Magic Online account that I need to delete because Magic Online kept crashing when I was trying to make a new binder. Yeah, if you're wondering about Ixalan cards incorporated into Highlander, the North 100 set reviews are out, and also my set review is up on my YouTube there. This is Bant Seeker Walk. Not much to say. It's my, I think one of the first takes I did on using a Seeker Walk deck. I was playing the 5 mana Time Warps because I believed in them. Obviously, they're not necessary anymore. Yeah, you went hard. It was just like Bant Blink, but with Seeker Walk, which is kind of the same thing as it is nowadays. New deck. Oh, 21. Sure, why not? Oh yeah. Golgari Hardened Scales. This is a pisser. It's exactly what you think it is, unfortunately. It's a Golgari list using, you know, all the +1/+1 counters. And you kind of... There's like 5 artifact creatures in here. What the hell? I guess you just like didn't have enough. It's basically mono green with a light splash of black. This is wild. Why did I build this? Who is this for? Ooh, fine finality. The Great Henge. Let's pop those over here. Damn. Yeah, Steel Overseer is wild. There's like 3. How many artifact creatures are there? 1, 2. Ooh. Necronomaton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, there's actually more than I thought, you know? There's more than I thought. Still not great. Yeah, Mox Mana Crypt. Hell of a point spread. Karn makes them. Yeah, we got more than I thought. More than I thought. Ooh, we have the Rite of Passage combo too. Oh, this is just an eggs list. This is the... Oh, but this is the Goblin Welder eggs. It's pretty... Oh, it's cheating. There are 2 Urzas. Hey, hold on. Did I cheat? To all my opponents that I may have fought with... Oh, there's 101 cards, so I must have accidentally added it. Okay, well... there's nothing to see here. Yes, pretty straightforward for eggs lists from this era, except for the welders. There's some other cards in here, like this list typically doesn't overrun Goblin Welder or Entomb or the Engineer. Typically you only want 1 Urza, so you don't cheat.
Eggs.
But yeah, you know, pretty straightforward. Alex1, welcome back for the 32nd month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you, and may I say good to see you. Thank you for all the support. What the fuck is this? Hot tub time machine. Right? Wait, where's the time walk? What? There's no time walk in here. There's also no Kiki pod? What the hell is this deck doing? Where's my time walk? Okay, we can figure this out. Oh, this is the one without time walk, but you just kill. This is just the hot tub. This is the hot tub land combo where you just like loop your lightning bolt over and over again. So you basically set up the combo with like Crucible Worlds, but there's no Zurin Orb. What the fuck? Glacial Chasm gives you a sack outlet. Why is this deck the way it is? This is like... No, we 100% loop with this deck. I guess you don't need Zurin Orb if you have Wasteland and Strip. Before or after I started taking medicine, there's no discernible difference between those 2 eras. Yeah, this is kind of wild. I don't know how I feel about this. So like what you do is you get out a Crucible, right? Like we have a bunch of 2-drops that replace themselves. We have the Ice Fang Coddle, we have Coiling Oracle, we have, you know, we have 2-drops that we get in play. And then we neoform one of our 2-drops into Spellseeker for some reason, or I guess more importantly, we find ourselves Courser of Crufix or Ramanap, because Courser acts as a counter to fast bond damage. And then we fast bond Glacial Chasm and and then just kill them with like Lightning Bolt and Mystic Sanctuary, where we like bolt them, Mystic Sanctuary, put it on top, Wastelander on Mystic Sanctuary, draw the card on top with like a Waterlogged Grove or a Fiery Islet, bolt them, replay Mystic Sanctuary, put it on top. So we loop that way. So this was a way of trying to do the lands combo, but with as few dog shit lands cards as possible, and like a bunch of churning through our deck is how I remember it. I will put down Hot Tub Time Machine, or just Hot Tub Combo, because this deck is I mean, it's pretty cool. If I end up updating this, it's probably going to play Zernor, because there's the Saga makes it way too easy to not include. I mean, it probably should have had a Zernorb at this time anyways. But this was trying to do like, hey, look, I'm kind of a control deck. Like maybe it was trying to approach it as a, whatchamacallit? Trying to approach it as a, let's be a control deck with a combo kill. So kind of like a Thoracle version, but I guess Thoracle wasn't out at the time. Another Dredge deck. This one plays Mesmeric Orb. Okay, another Dredge deck. This looks like a very early version of a Dredge deck. Hey Wheeler, if you see this, pick the next commander I build. I'm bored and none of my friends will touch Canlander. Well, that's a shame. I might recommend getting new friends if your friends don't play Canlander. But if that's not an option, your new commander deck is going to be... that Golgari Legend from AFR. Let me get you her name. Yeah, Shesra. This card. 2 black and a green for a 1/3. When it ETBs, target creature blocks this turn if able, and at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, you may pay 2 life, and if you do, draw a card. That's your new commander. I think it's kind of cool. You can play it with like Death Touch creatures and like reanimation and blink and stuff. You can do some cool shit with it. And it's an uncommon commander. Yeah, it's pretty neat. God, I'd love to play Canlander. Well, not to plug the sponsor, but for $20 a month, you can. You can play Magic Online Commander. Or not Commander, Canlander. You can play against me. This is a Hermit Druid deck again, or a Cephalid Life version. Are we on Cephalid Life? Yeah, we talked about this before going live. This is a Hermit Druid deck. So if for people that aren't familiar, because and you know what, I think fewer people, like the newer generation of Magic players, or at least people that like started playing in the past 10 years or so, they don't know how messed up this card is. Like this card is banned in Legacy. It's a fucking house. So Hermit Druid, 2 mana 1/1, you pay a green, tap, mill cards from the top of your deck, or you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you hit a basic land. That goes into your hand, the rest go into your graveyard. So you just don't play any basics in your deck. So it's a 2 mana 1/1 that you pay a green, tap, and you mill your entire deck. When you do that, you're going to mill over an Narcomoeba. In 4 of formats, you're going to mill over a bunch of Narcomoebas. In our format, you can mill over an Narcomoeba, and where... Oh, are we not playing the Dregscape familiar? We have Fate Stitcher. Okay, Fate Stitcher's fine. You mill over those in an unearthed creature, and then you sack them all to... your Dread Return, and you Dread Return your Angel of Glory's Rise. Angel of Glory's Rise is going to come into play and exile all zombies and reanimate all humans, which includes... where'd you go? Which includes Laboratory Maniac, Grand Abolisher, Eternal Witness. And so you... they can't cast anything. Eternal Witness gets to return your Gitaxian Probe to your hand. And then you have no cards left in your library. You cast Gitaxian Probe, and you get to draw nothing and you win the game. Yeah, this is going to be pre-Thoracle. But it also has the Cephalid Life combo. So Cephalid Life, this has popped up in Legacy. Like Cephalid Breakfast is like a top tier Legacy deck, or at least was. Maybe some of the recent printings have changed that, but you get Illusionist that says when it's targeted with a spell or ability, you mill 3 cards. So you can mill your deck that way by having the Illusionist plus an Encore. So Nomad's Encore, Shaman Encore, or Warrior Encore, which all have activated abilities of 0 that target something repeatedly, or Lightning Greaves. You basically just target it over and over again. This list doesn't have Shuko, but it probably should have Shuko. I mean, I'm not going to update this. This is a list from like 2019. And then you mill your deck that way, or you can use Daru Spiritualist, which says whenever a cleric becomes a target of a spell or ability, it gets +0/+2. So you target this an infinite amount of times, and then you use Worthy Cause, and you sack it to gain life equal to its toughness. Or you can use Diamond Valley, a land with no mana ability, but it can tap and sack a creature and gain life equal to its toughness. You also have redundancy in that by playing Task Forced, which has the same when it becomes the target of a spell or ability. It gets a bigger booty. So yeah. This is a deck that's fallen off completely, and it feels weird. Like, Thoracle is just like a better way of putting it together, but this is still a powerful like deck. Like this deck can still just kill you on turn 2 or turn 3. You know? Yeah, Library of Alexandria can tap for mana. But Diamond Valley, Island of Walk Walk, Bazaar of Baghdad, all of these other bad lands, they can't tap for mana. If I'm picking commanders for an audience, can I pick a spicy one in either green, white, or green, white? Ooh, okay. Can it be any, like, can it be any commander, even one that you might not own? How about we could go with Lita Mechanical Engineer? Lita Mechanical. Lita's a cool one that I would like to see more people try. You could go with how do you pronounce this name again? I need to re-up. It's been so long since the Portal 3 Kingdoms stream. How do you pronounce your name? You want to tell me how to pronounce your name? Wow, is there no way that I can... Oh.
What bedwheeler? Abusing
Hua
men?
To Yuan Hua.
No.
Hua To? Hua To?
Hua To
Hua
Yuan Hua.
Hua To. Hua To, Honored Physician. That's a cool commander that I don't think I haven't seen a lot of people try to build around it. It's also like cheap. It's a P3K commander, but it was reprinted in one of the commander sets, and I think Commander Legends. Magus of the Cards, what up? How you doing? Back for the 5th month. Howdy. Hey, howdy to you too. Ooh, is this Scape Shift? No, this is Rug Eldrazi. Okay, yeah, this is Rug. This is Rug Eldrazi. We talked about this before going live too. It's an attempt to make an Eldrazi deck playable. What's with all these Eldrazi lists? Because a lot of people, this is from that era where people would pay me to build a list and play it on stream. Now the Wheeler's Workshops are more, like, I gotta tell you, a lot of the Wheeler's Workshops are people being like, hey Ben, can you build me a commander deck? There's another medium green? Holy fuck. I already talked about this. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it's, a lot of people like Eldrazi, right? Like, if people are paying me to play these lists, they want to see big, bombastic, like, I want to see Emrakul. I want to hit people with a Reality Smasher. Jeez, and a lot of Seeker lists. Yeah, this is just a version of KikiPod. Did we go over Garbage Platter? No, I'm just going through this giant chunk of decks called New Deck, and then we can go to the other ones. How to make Mazes End work? There might be a Gates deck in here. All right, New Deck 29. Show me your secrets. Oh, uh-huh. What is this, 4-color elementals? Oh. I guess 5-color because we have Horde Notions and Yarok. Wow, this deck sucks. Look at this. Holy smokes. Yeah, this is 5-colored elementals. Ooh, you got the Rumbling Slum? No, this card is great. This card used to be like a real heater in Highlander. And a little bit in Standard too. I mean, this card was in the Gruul deck in Standard. Yeah. Old Rumbles. Yeah, Rumbles here was pretty, I mean, 4 mana 5/5 that had some reach to it. It's pretty good. Grave Shifter. I mean, it's an elemental, right? Wow, Spawn Wraith. 3 mana 2/2. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of it. This deck sucks. I will not be building this list. Okay. New Deck 28. Hot Ban. Is there a time lock? Okay, so this is a hot tub time machine. This is mid-range hot tub time machine. Hot band mid-range time machine. Okay. I remember this deck. I remember this deck. So the idea behind this deck was, we talked about the hot tub time machine decks before. The Mystic Sanctuary Time Walk Lands combo decks. But this version was built to be to also have like Jeskai mid-range draws. Don't call it Creamer Tub. No, please. Yeah, this would be before Ephemerate came out. Like, the idea of like, look, I have Time Walk in my deck and ways to get back Time Walk. What if I just develop a Geist of Saint Traft or a Mana Rider and just kill people? Oh, my boy. Yo, we've got the Maloku. Maloku really good with Mystic Sanctuary. God, I miss Maloku. Just one of the goats. One of the goats. You know what card I was thinking about in Highlander that I actually think might be... Oh, it's right here. Vidalcan Shackles. I was thinking about Vidalcan Shackles in Highlander. I think this card might be good. I think this card might be good right now. It's so much easier to set up with Triomes. It's and obviously your mana base is just better. Every deck is playing creatures now, right? Every deck, even control decks, they have access to creatures. It's really good at taking the initiative and keeping the initiative with this card. I think Vidalcan Shackles might actually be worthwhile testing out. And so I'm gonna try to do so at some point in time. Shackles is a card that I think is just underrated nowadays. It's like a boomer card, but it's come around to being like, it's the right time for Shackles, you know? This list was this is just somebody's list. This is Aaron P, a Victoria community members list that is like a next level blue style deck. It was like an upgraded, my interpretation, an upgraded interpretation of a next level blue. Although I don't know if splashing red for Grim Lavamancer and Dak Faden's worthwhile. It was a different time. But yeah, this is like a next level blue style deck. Very interesting to see it and be like, oh yeah. It just has Tezzeret the Seeker because it can find Winter Orb and all these like little toolbox cards. Yeah, splashing red for Lavamancer and Dak Faden. That's such a wild. It's just like, if I told you I was splashing red in a deck from like 2018, what do you think would be in there? Certainly not those two. Ooh. Oh yeah. So we have mono white stacks. We got mono white stacks here. Oh, is that unexpectedly absent decree of justice? Oh fuck. All right. So this deck's got a lot going on. It's exactly what you think it is. It's mono white stacks. We've got balance in here. We got every Wrath and every Planeswalker. We got Palace Jailer. We have Sphere of Law. I am not losing to those red decks. Holy Sphere of Law. 4-mana enchantment. If a red source would deal damage to you, prevent 2 of that damage. I guess this might be... This card was also... I'm not saying it was the correct call, but this was back when the Planeswalker redirection rule existed. So if damage dealt to you was prevented, it wouldn't get it wouldn't get dealt to the Planeswalker. You got Mycosynth Lattice and Karn. You've got Scroll Rack and Land Tax. Isochron Scepter with where is it? Isochron Scepter with Abeyance and Orm's Chant and Silence. That's kind of hot. Got Grindstone Painter's Servant. Oh yeah, we got Gideon. I mean, I played Gideon Jura in a deck a couple of days ago and it was good. Like I added in a deck that I had built recently. Main deck Lattice, kind of crazy. It's pretty good, right? We got Dawn Charm. Dawn Charm, underrated card. It's a 2-mana fog, but it also counters a spell that targets you. So you can counter their intuition or their gifts ungiven. Mandate of Peace. 1 and a white. Why am I playing this? Cast this only during combat. Your opponent can't play spells this turn. End the combat phase. Okay. Sure, pal. Sure thing. I guess redundancy, you know? Ooh, the Bottled Cloister. Nice. Big white, baby. Big white. That might be the deck that... there was a stream where Robin came over and we built this deck because he was talking about it. We got another Belcher deck. This is a 9-land Belcher deck. We're still on... Oh, there's no... There's no Demonic Tutor. So this must have been after the points change. Because we're on Black Lotus, Yawgmoth's Will, and then presumably there's like a Mana Vault in here. Mana Vault. This might have been when Will was at 2. Or Taina Pact was at 1. Oh, there's a Vamp Tutor, I see. So yeah, this was before Tainted Pact and Wishclaw Talisman. So this was after, because Vamp Tutor was 2. So this would have been Black Lotus, Vamp Tutor, Yawgmoth's Will, and then Tainted Pact and Wishclaw were not currently pointed. Got it. It's kind of interesting trying to grok like when this deck was made, just given the points with Muri's Guile. All right, we're almost out of the new decks. And then we can jump around some more. Sultai counters? Sultai counters with Sharkdo Crab. Playing Sharkdo Crab and Canadian Highlander. You know, this is actually just such a good screenshot to take. Hold on. This is when I'm going to do this and someone's going to be like, you know, there's a shortcut for the snipping tool. Yeah, but I'm already here. Now we could take a better snip. Oh yeah. This deck's wild. I mean, a lot of these cards in here are pretty bad, but they have the word counter written on them, and they're not instant. Got Toothy and Pier. Ooh, nice. Yeah, this deck stinks. Hold on, let me tweet this out real quick. I played Naya counters on, no, I clicked properties. Is this going to crash? Right. I played Naya counters on North 100 Showdown. Going through old Canlander decks.
Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs.
Some heaters. Counters. Look. I tried to draw them. And I ended up drawing them. I'm not going to spoil the match, but you know. Pigeon. Welcome back for the 20th month. How much land would a lander can if a lander could can land? Huh? Thank you for the 20 months. Was this another bug counters list? Oh, this is the one I just didn't delete it. Or maybe it was a different one. Is that the thing? Yeah, it's just bug counters again. Thank you for the support of Pigeon. You like most of the one drops? Is it because they're mostly mana dorks? Yeah, what are your points? You know, Mox Crab. Oh. Okay. Yeah, nice, bud. So this is Affinity. Oh, this is ATOG Affinity? Okay. So this is trying to be Affinity. Blue-red Affinity. With ATOG and Ravenous Intruder. And we also have Thud. Sorcery Speed Fling. Just want everybody to look at this. Just want everybody to soak this in. This is another good one for a screenshot. Hold on. Let me move these over. There's got to be a Tolarian Academy in here too, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or no, this was when Crypt was at 3. Holy shit. Yeah, Gust Skimmer. Any Gust Skimmer lovers in chat? Notice how there's no Hovermere. No Hovermere? Powerful, huh? Even in a deck, I would rather play Gust Skimmer than Hovermere because 2 is so much bigger than 1. It's literally twice as much damage. Damn, that was What's cooking? Yeah, the soul eater could just kill people out of nowhere, which is kind of nice. Affinity is the deck I wanna try it again. Hermitrude, Affinity. Yeah, I want to give Affinity another go. Bad Welkin turn. This thing can block. I like the Atogs though. The Atogs are hot. Atog is a real banger of a Magic card. Another medium green list. Jesus. What was going on? I must have won more than one event with this deck, because if there are this many copies of medium green on here, I must have like played it, won an event with it, played it again, won an event with it, and played it again. Ooh, Sorensen. Okay, blue-green. Wow. Classic. And this is the list that people fucking razzed my berries over. Yeah, this is the list that people gave me shit for. Because I had, I was splashing red for Temur Battle Rage, Renin 6, and I thought I had Fire Ice in here, but maybe this is slightly different. Yeah, this is just blue-green. This is blue-green. Classic blue-green. Counter spells, grow creatures, Psy Blast. I mean, if I'm splashing red, I should have been splashing Char, right? Yeah, this deck ripped. Ooh. Chasm Skulker. I think, for what it's worth, Rob. Also, yes, rip to a real one. And I saw your comment about Hubris Cannon. It's got to be somewhere on here. For what it's worth, I think there's a rug version of this list that is actually just, like, good. It's another thing that I would like to try. Is that, like, a rug version of this. But it's more like, you know, 40, 20. What's Hubris Cannon? Hubris Cannon is a there's a bunch of Hubris Cannon lore. So Hubris Cannon originally started out as a deck that I played on. Oh, your deck, but was yours the charge counter deck, or was this the same thing? It was a colorless deck. Hubris Cannon was mono brown, like mono brown Staxy stuff. Right. Okay, I remember your deck now, Rob. It's probably in here somewhere. Yeah, Hubris Cannon, mono brown Staxy kind of deck that I played on a Friday night paper fight on the Meme Lander, the Memes and Moxins stream, that ended up leading into the main, which ended up, the name was used for a musical project. And you could see on the back, Meth and June in chat. Look at you could see on the back, Cowboy fucking Magic. And this rips. Doesn't even have Lux Cannon? Oh, I have a good story about this. I have a good story about why it doesn't have Lux Cannon. Because I built this deck, my deck most certainly had Lux Cannon. Yeah, if you haven't listened to Hubris Cannon, give them a whirl. It's some good shit. I will link their stuff in chat. There you go. The story with Lux Cannon is that I built the deck around the idea that Lux Cannon is the titular Hubris Cannon. And then I couldn't find my copy of Lux Cannon. Like I know I owned one. I played the Lux Cannon deck in Standard. And I couldn't find my Lux Cannon. And so I was like, shit, well, Paul needs the list. So I'm going to I sent Paul this list without Lux Cannon. But then before I got to the studio This was when I was helping out at YJ on like Fridays. And then I got to YJ and YJ didn't have a Lux Cannon, and somebody came in and they wanted to sell cards. They had a Lux Cannon. I'm like, I need that Lux Cannon. So I think I played 101 cards that night. But yeah, that's the Hubris Cannon. Oh. Okay. Okay. Wheeler calm Crim down. Wait, what's going on with Crim? I mean, he's playing in the event. Is he freaking out? So this deck... Okay. I have some explaining. Okay. So this deck... is Seinfeld, but one of the issues that Seinfeld ran into was that it really sometimes it struggled because just having a bunch of counter spells wasn't enough. And I was like, what's a way we can build Seinfeld where we don't just have counter spells, we can like actually lock people out of the game. And also we use our points on stuff that isn't Ancestral Recall. And so this is Seinfeld splashing green for Ramanap Excavator, Life in the Loam, Sylvan Scrying, and Crop Rotation. And then we have some utility lands like Mazavith, Library of Alexandria, Caracas, and we also have Waste and Strip. And then Field of Ruin. So the idea was we could like strip lock our opponents out of the game while we could strip lock our opponents out of the game, or play the like counter all your spells game plan, or just like constantly hitting our land drops in the control mirror. Because that was another thing, is that Seinfeld really wanted to hit its land drops, but it never wanted to play too many lands, because then you just flood out. This deck sucked. I remember playing it. It was really bad. It was, yeah, it was real bad. But I do want to write down curb your enthusiasm. Rug scape shift. How did it kill people? It didn't. It didn't. You got people to concede because they were just landlocked. They just couldn't make a game action. They just attacked with like Snapcaster Mage. Oh, fuck. Okay. So this... Ragavan can be Jeff Garland. I don't know. After the accusations came out, I don't know about that. Okay, so this is Aristo Scraps. It was an artifact KCI enduring renewal aristocrats deck. So you had your the idea being, what if we had KCI and also played Ashnod's Altar as like a second version of KCI? Wouldn't that be sick? Like, we could, like, KCI is a broken Magic card. How do we build a deck that gives us 2 KCIs? And it's this deck. And it worked poorly, but you could do some, I mean, okay, hold on. All I need to do is tell you one loop. Ashnod's Altar, Enduring Renewal, Precursor Golem. You play Precursor Golem, and it makes 2 golems. You sack them all for 6 mana, and when the original dies, Enduring Renewal puts it back into your hand, and then you just add infinite mana. And then you kill them with Walking Ballista or Triskelion. You play Face Reward and Second Sunrise and Thrilling Encore to return all your creatures that died. Mirsire's really good with with KCI and Ashnod's Altar. You get to play Disciple of the Vault to have even more aristocrat cards. You obviously have the Shield Sphere for Phyrexian Walker, Ornithopter, Midnight for Enduring Renewal. You can do Tashar combos. You got every like Metalworker, Scrap Trawler, Mirror Retriever, Junk Diver, so you can keep looping. Yeah. It's Aristo Scraps. This deck was not as bad as it looks, and it was a ton of fun to play. All right, new deck 4. Oh. This is Mono Blue Academy? This is Mono Blue Academy ramp. Okay, yeah. So this is Mono Blue Academy ramp. It's exactly what it looks like. You're an Academy deck. You ramp into big mana and just kill people dead. You play... You have Karn. I don't know why this deck has Karn Mycosynth Lattice. It probably shouldn't. But, you know, you ramp into your Worm Coil and your Ugins and everything. You can Paradox loop, right? You have Paradox, Voltaic Key, Sensei's Top. You have a bunch of Mana Dorks. You have Capsize with Paradox. But we also have, like, Tangle Wire, Trinisphere, Static Orb, and Snaring Bridge. Urza. This is kind of like an Urza CDH deck now that I'm thinking about it. Of course, you also have Staff of Nin. 6-mana artifact. Beginning of your upkeep, you draw an extra card and you tap to ping something. And you have Trading Post. I mean, who doesn't love Trading Post? Who doesn't love trading? Oh, and we're a Time Vault deck. We have Time Vault, Voltaic Key, and Paradox. Right, we're a Time Vault deck as well. I didn't even notice the Time Vault. All right. We keep accidentally clicking on this Naya Land Pod deck, so I kind of won't... This is the Oath of Druids Life from the Loam Reanimator deck. We actually talked about it earlier. Already on stream. Could replace it with the new 6-mana commander card that discovers. Oh, yeah. The uncounterable one. Pig noises. We already looked at pig noises before, but I'll look at pig noises again. This is just a Fastbond Storm deck. This isn't Yawgmoth's Jacuzzi, I don't think, unless there's a Gristlebrand hiding over here. You don't have Reanimator. Yeah, this is just Fastbond Storm. This is the lands combo. Hey, MC, how you doing? This is Fastbond Storm. It's your normal Black Lotus Storm list, but it also has the lands package for some reason. I guess Trinket Mage finding Black Lotus and Zernorb is pretty hot. I mean, that's... Eggs gets a lot of mileage out of that. Okay, great. Yeah, you got your Blood Pet. Damn, Black Lotus is a hell of a drug. I'd run. Okay. I would run too. New deck 39, the last of the new decks. What the fuck is this? Is this a Kalia deck? This isn't... Oh, okay. We got another deck here. I remember this. Okay. This was a donation deck. Somebody wanted me to play a Talia deck in Canlander. Wait, is there no Mox Jet? Oh, I moved the Mox Jet. I see. Think someone paid me money to do this. I'm so sorry. You can window shift. Wow, Sibwa was the one that took the bait. I can, but I'll never do it out of principle now. Yeah, this deck sucks. I mean, look at it. It's just like, there's a sneak attack in here. I mean, sometimes when people give me money to build a deck, they would have some pretty incredible suggestions. You know? Like, you have some incredible, like, somebody's like, Ben, I love Kalia, make Kalia work in Highlander. It's like, okay, medium Mardu, I guess. Surprised there's no, like, lightning greaves or anything in here. I mean, if we're going, or like medium Mardu reanimator, like, what the fuck is this? That was the last of the unnamed decks. A commander suggestion? I mean, Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm might be in here somewhere. Ooh, yeah, look at all these, the Bombermans. Oh, I want to look at this deck. Hold up. No. Let me look up Jeskai Landlark. Ferno, what do you want to play? Do you have a color? I at least need a color. I accidentally clicked on Janet Jackson. We'll never... All right, we're on Jeskai Ascendancy. Yeah, Jeskai Ascendancy. It's, did I talk about this during the stream or before? Jeskai Ascendancy in this format. I tried it a bunch. It's not great. Look at what you have to play. Because you needed mana dorks that tapped out of blue, and there were not... Like, this was before Eldraine. So you didn't even get the, like, Mira... Or Mana Leaf Pixie, the 2-mana one. Like, you were hurting. So you needed mana dorks that added blue, and you only had like Birds of Paradise at 1. And I guess Deathrite Shaman. I don't know if I was on Arbor Elf because the mana, we didn't have Triomes. With Triomes, this might actually be a little bit better. You got Noble and Birds. Okay. But like, look at some of the cards you had to play. Urborg Elf. Taps for a blue. Naga Vitalist. Any 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. Well, we play blue lands. We could tap them. Harvester Druid from Judgment. Same thing. Harbaz Druid. Taps add X mana of any one color where X is the number of allies you control. So if you control this, you control 1, which means it taps for a blue. And, yeah, you just killed people with Jeskai Ascendancy triggers. Oh, this list doesn't have Accelerate, but it has Expedite. We might actually find the list with Accelerate. I drank out on London, Ontario. That's incredible. I love London, Ontario. That's not true. I should revisit this one. All right, I'll write down Jeskai Ascendancy. Because you can tell when this deck was made between Ravnica Allegiance and War of the Spark. You have Incubation Druid, but no Paradise Druid. That's great. I like that. We can pinpoint when it was made because of the cards that are there and the cards that aren't there. Let's do Jeskai Landlark, and then I'll look at Janet Jackson, whatever that one is. Sweet. What about Tamir? Like a rug commander. All right, let me give you a stinky one. Ooh, I'm going to send you down the path that I was on. How about partners? Kydel, Chosen of Krufix, and Krark. Kydel plus Krark. I built this deck before. It's the infamous me losing 10 coin flips in a row. I love how Wheeler found the dumbest person in chat, parentheses me, and is listening. I mean, come on. There's got to be dumber people than you. Hey. There's got to be dumber people than you. Don't count out chat's ability to be stupid. All right, you want to talk shit? Like real bad decks? Check this out. This was me trying to rebuild a deck that I was playing in like 2010. So this was a Jeskai land destruction deck. Look at this monstrosity. Jeskai land destruction. You got your Stone Rain. You've got your Pillage. You got Molten Rain. You have Solfatara. One of my favorite cards in the game, Turf Wound. Just love this card. Turf Wound. Love it. Love what it stands for. Love the, drawing the card. Stop them from playing lands. Would love to wound some turfs, Just great magic card. Great magic card. And then the second part of this deck is that once you go up to 4 mana, you have the Geddons. But you also get Goblin Settler, 4 mana 1/1, ETB destroy land. You have Ravenous Baboons. You got there first on my end? No, I got there before you. Streamer privilege, I got there before you. Ravenous Baboons, 4 mana 2/2, ETB destroy a non-basic land. And then Avalanche Riders. Right, 4 mana 2/2 haste, destroy a land, echo. And you also played Revelark and Karmic Guide. So you would play these LD creatures that would die, and then you would just get to Revelark them back. You played Riftwing Cloudskate to bounce their land too. You have Venser to like flicker your LD cards. You have AJV to keep their stuff tapped down. You got Boom Bust. It's pretty hot. You could cast Boom, target one of their lands and one of your fetches. After a week of Desert Bus, it's nice to have an adversarial relationship with streamers. Yeah. Yeah, there's no sickening sweetness here. I got Deceiver Exarch, I got Pestermite. I mean, it's nice to have a place where it's not all shitheads, It's because the internet is filled with enough of those. But you need a little fight back. You need a little bit of a punching back there. And then there's the Kiki Jiki Pestermite package. This deck sucked when we played it again. Dwarven Blast Miner and Dwarven Miner. Ooh. Pretty good. Aether Vial in a deck with 26 creatures, and they're mostly 3s and 4s. 36 land triple mocks. Yikes. Yowza. Okay. Yeah, Goblin Rune Blaster. Ooh, or Dwarven Rune Blaster. Wait, Rune Blaster. Where's Goblin? Oh, there's Goblin Rune Blaster. Yeah. 3 mana 2/1 haste kicker, blow up non-basic. All right, we're gonna figure out. We already looked at Janet Jackson, right? Like Janet Jackson is the flat. It's a it's Flash Hulk Sandy B. Why is it called Janet Jackson? Because of Flash? That's such a dated reference. Why would it be called Janet? There's no way it's called Janet Jackson because of Flash, right? The Omniscience hanging out. So yeah, I think we talked about this already. Maybe we talked about it before going live, but it's a Flash Hulk Academy Rector combo deck where you also have omniscience. So you can do the like Protean Hulk with your Academy Rector setup, or you could just get omniscience into play. This deck sucked. There's an Esper version that was like Esper Lurin, where you had Sack Outlets, Academy Rector, and you found omniscience. It was like a Esper Flash Rector deck, but we haven't found it yet. We seeing anything, chat? Anything popping out to you? There's an old Martyr Proc list. Jund Blitz. I hit a big scroll down, so we're going near the bottom. Oh, mono brown stacks. Lion's Eye Diamond, welcome back for the 49th month. Oh, here's the Hubris Cannon. Yeah, this is Hubris Cannon. This is the OG Hubris Cannon. See? And it's right here. It's right here. Oh, Ward of Bones. Holy shit. Lion's Eye Diamond. At the beginning of your upkeep, target non-wall creature and opponent controls gains Force Walk until your next upkeep. Why? That's Urnum Jin from Arabian Nights. Thank you for the support. Good. That's a good one. That's an OG killer right there. Thank you for all the support. And Impossibility Space. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for the support. Oh yeah, we got Ward of Bones. 6 mana artifact. Each opponent who controls more creatures than you can't cast creature spells. The same is for artifacts and enchantments. And each opponent who controls more lands can't play more than you can't play lands. I mean, we're going to be here all day if we just go over every single heater in this list. Chaos Wand. Who loves Chaos Wand? Oh god, is that what Mystic Mine does? I know of Mystic Mine, but I don't actually know what the card does. That sucks. Why would you want to do that? Prototype Portal. You imprint an artifact in your hand, and then you can just make copies of the artifact. Oh fuck, Darksteel Reactor. Ooh, that's good. I remember winning a game with this in play. Wow, this looks like testicles, huh? This card is really nostalgic for me because when this card came out on Darksteel, obviously the first thing that everybody in my play group tried to do was build a Darksteel Reactor deck. Didn't go so hot in a world of Affinity. And then when all the Affinity cards got banned, people still tried to build Darksteel Reactor. Still didn't work. Yeah, I did it on a paper fight too, yeah. Blankboth Urn. Each player's pre-combat main phase, if it's untapped, that player adds a colorless for each artifact they control. That card's pretty hot. Crumbling Sanctuary. I played this card a lot in my stacks over the years. 5 mana artifact. If damage would be dealt to a player, that player exiles that many cards from the top of their library instead. Genuinely kind of hot in Highlander, right? Like, playing this card and you have 80 life. Good luck, have fun. Mono Brown. Yeah, it's symmetrical. Kind of want to show off this deck because this deck was actually quite good when we played it. If it's the one I remember it being. Naya Goblin Pod. So this was Naya Goblins with the Kiki Jiki package, including the white cards, so Restoration Angel, Felidar Guardian, Revelark Karmic Guide. And you had like the Grumgully Murderous Red Cap kill. You had Metallic Mimic with Murderous Red Cap kill. You had the Lightning Crafter Kikijiki sack out loop. This deck was not bad. Like, it killed people dead. It had so many overlapping combos. You would have games where you would play the goblin plan, like just kill them with your goblins. And then when they built up enough of the board, you would then just combo kill them. I feel like goblins is also just like a shell that is a little underexplored, probably because like the default is so powerful, but you know, it's goblin cards are resilient, they're strong, they go over the top of a lot of like counterplay. It's pretty neat. Want to see 2019 Merfolk? I'm kind of scared of looking at Merfolk. We have 3 Merfolk lists, so let's start. Actually, I want to see 2019 because January 2019 is some early Merfolk, right? This is not as embarrassing as I thought it would be. It's Merfolk. Yeah, sure is Merfolk. I'm going to be playing Merfolk next week. So I'll get to play like my updated Merfolk list. I have a couple of them. I have a Bant Merfolk list and I have a blue-green Merfolk list. I think the Bant one might be better. Got your Vine Shaper Mystic in here. Yeah, it's just a bunch of fish. Steambed Aquatex. That's a good one. This came up on stream. I think it was the Stump the Wheeler. Came up at least in the past 6 months. Yeah, classic Time Lock, Mock Sapphire, spread. This is kind of goofy. How long have we been playing Highlander on Moto? At least like 2018. No, I haven't actually built the food deck, but somebody built it before us. Here's the thing. We were going to build the food deck, and we were all going to build food decks. And then Surge had to move, and so we never got the chance to do the food deck. Oh, AMC tried to stump me with the Aquatex. I see. It's another Merfolk list. Looks pretty similar, although we're off Time Walk and we're on Mox Emerald and Sapphire. Yeah, so we haven't actually played it because it was like, we should do this. And we all need to be here. And Surge goes to Alberta. And now it's so much time has gone by that who knows if we're even going to do it. Because it seems like a waste of a Friday night paper fight if we're playing Canlander. But I imagine instead of like all of us bringing one, I imagine Surge will want to bring the food deck to one. People locally have built like a slower, more mid-range version of the food deck, which is kind of what I was thinking. I imagine when Modern Horizons 3 comes out, we're also going to get additional food stuff too. Oh, we got an old Croc deck here. Oh yeah. WBABW, the Wheelers Build-A-Brew Workshop. I remember that. What is this? This is not a vintage deck. This is Sultai. What is this? The Rock? This is the Rock. This is black-green the Rock splashing Scarab God and Leovold and Oko. Wow. Yeah, this is like Allison's deck. Well, it's not Allison's deck. Actually, you know what? I remember this deck. This was because Allison played black-green like Super Friends. Like for the longest time, her deck was closer to like a Golgari Super Friends list than what you would imagine the Rock would actually be. And this was my version of like the Rock, but with fewer planeswalkers and more just like value creatures, more closer to like, you know, Reed Duke's black green. Croc's Panther Pod. If you don't know what Panther Pod is, I barely remember the origin of this too. It's like 4-color cascade, like pod, like Seeker Walk. It's like old Sultai Seeker Walk, but with red in there and a bunch of cascade cards. Like you have Bloodbraid Elf, Yidris, Kess isn't a cascade card, but letting you cast the Time Walk again is kind of hot. You got Phyrexian Delver for your pod chain. This is, yeah, I remember Panther Pod. Here, I'm gonna share this with Croc in the Discord because I think they'll get a kick out of it. Oh. Where? And then there was my updated. I think this was the original one that they sent, and then I must have updated it for this one. Oh, there's Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm. Yo, what's up?
I just wanted to tell you that they're doing the 4-way tag team match, and everyone in the crowd is just chanting "Ass Boys."
Ass Boys. Thank you, honey. Kiefer's watching more AEW. I think I'm a convert, by the way. I'm not a like, honey, don't watch the wrestling without me. Uh-huh. What do you need? Are you telling me or are you telling chat?
Well, doesn't matter. I was telling my friend, if you don't love Orange Cassidy and Danhausen as a team, then you have no heart. The Joggers guy and Clown Man. Wait, that's me and Benjamin. The
I can't believe you'd call me the Joggers guy. Ha ha ha. I have been watching some wrestling. I wish I could afford to watch the PPV. L, get this. If you sail the 7 seas, you can watch anything. I have been watching more wrestling. I think I like women's wrestling more than I like men's wrestling. Because I get a big kick out of the acrobatics part. And I've really enjoyed watching some of the women's wrestling. I mean, I like watching men's wrestling too, but like watching Riho just like fucking get tossed across the stage and you're like, oh my God, how did that happen? And then she just like immediately will get back into the ring and like do some John Wick like takedown. And you're like, oh yeah, this is dope. Okay. So this is Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm. It was a blue, it was like a blue-red infinite turns storm kind of combo deck that also had Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. So you had some of the lockout features that like Blue Moon has access to, but you went for a combo kill. And you did that by taking a bunch of infinite turns or storming out and killing your opponent with like a big grape shot. No Empty the Warrens in here. You have a bunch of cards that double up your spells, a bunch of time warps. You got some future sights, like you have cost reduction cards like Primal Amulet, Goblin Electromancer, Baral. You have the doublers like Ral, Storm Conduit, who is the titular Big Gay Electric Prince. 1000 Year Storm as well. I believe we played this deck when this set came out. Like, I think this was a Guilds of Ravnica had just come out. We're going to play with all these new cards. Got Niv Mizzet. You got some cool shit. No, War of the Spark came out. Right, War of the Spark was out because you have Kefnit in here. Yeah. This deck was a lot of fun, and it was obviously people, look, you say the word gay in anything and people just throw their money at you. But this deck was genuinely a lot of fun. It was I liked playing it. It seemed like a reasonable deck to actually pilot. This kind of evolved into the Heartbeat Turns deck, but it still has a spot near and dear to my heart. And maybe we'll play it again because I want to play Heartbeat Turns. I have Heartbeat Turns written down on here, right? I don't. Heartbeat Turns, Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm. I would like to revisit some of these decks. Now if you ever hear people mention about Electric Prince, this is what they're talking about. Ooh, found it. This is, I think Body Lark is the Esper list that I liked playing. Yeah, this. Okay. Some context. This was my attempt to make an Esper Allurin deck, because at the time the mana for 4-color Allurin was just too bad, and sometimes it just, like, I didn't like the fact that it was symmetrical or anything like that. And I was like, well, why don't we just play like some sack outlets and we set up Academy Rector, because you could Recruiter the Guard into Academy Rector, and that's kind of hot. And so we would Academy Rector into Omniscience, and then your loop only needed Recruiter of the Guard, right? Oh man, this is gonna, there's a loop in here, but it is so tough to figure out now that I haven't played this for a while. You Recruiter of the Guard and find Venser, and then you Venser your Recruiter of the Guard, replay it, find Cavern Harpy, and then you Cavern Harpy, return Venser, Recruiter of the Guard, and then that lets you get the rest of your deck. And then you can set up a kill with Karmic Guide and Revelark and Vesperlark. No, I'm good, thank you. And then you just played like an Orzhov Blink / grindy mid-range. This deck was an answer. I built this deck as like a answer to some of the grindier control decks, because you could just genuinely ground out your opponents pretty quickly. Oh yeah, you found Elite Guard Mage because the 3 life you gained counteracted the Cavern Harpy. That helped you keep going too. Yeah, this deck it was a little clunky, but it managed to do more than you'd think, you know. Hand attack went a long way in keeping you healthy. And you were a Flash Rector. I'll write down Flash Rector because I want to try Flash Rector again. Oh yeah, the Bugler. Yeah, the Randy Bugler. It can draw you into your other creatures. Yeah, this deck was sick. It got better with the initiative cards too, because now you can just use going through the initiative as your kill, which is kind of hot. And yeah, you had Body Double. It's called Body Lark because you have the Body Double Revelark combo, where Body Double, if you have a Revelark in your graveyard and you play Body Double and have it copy Revelark, and then you sacrifice it, Body Double is now in your graveyard as a 0/0, but there's the Revelark trigger to return 2 things. So you can return Body Double and something else, and then Body Double comes back as a copy of your Revelark, so it lets you just kill that way. Oh, there they are. I don't know which one to pick. This is not the rug. This is a larger rug turns list. So this isn't the one that I was thinking of. But this is a rug. This was like rug Curb Your Enthusiasm. So there's some explaining that needs to be done. There was Seinfeld, which is mono blue hard control, right? A deck about nothing. And then there was Curb Your Enthusiasm, and or known as Curb, which is Simic, and it was Simic take infinite turns using Mystical Tutor, Time Walk, and Seasons Past. And so you would, you know, cast Time Walk, cast Seasons Past, put Time Walk back to your hand. You'd Mystical Tutor to find your Seasons Past, right? And then you take your extra turn, draw Seasons Past, cast Time Walk, cast Seasons Past, returning Mystical Tutor and Time Walk, and then you Mystical Tutor to Seasons Past, and you take infinite turns. Obviously, takes a lot of mana, so you're like a blue-green ramp deck. And then there are a couple of offshoots of trying to add additional colors because, well, could we get red in here for like some of the duplicates, some of the like removal? Because your deck just like, you still don't do anything. You kind of spin your wheels a lot. You need something else to really get yourself going. Which is why it was Curb, because you're still a deck that's not doing anything, but you got more spice than Seinfeld. There was a Sultai version that was called, that I called Leon Black. Because, you know, Leon Black, he's the Black Larry David. Much to Larry David's chagrin. And then later, much to Leon's chagrin. It's a whole thing. You get that, right? You get that reference? Oh, this deck's sick. Hold on. I didn't delete this deck yet, but we got some sick stuff here. What's the Drummy part of Drummy Monarchy? I believe Drummy paid me to build a Mardu Monarchy deck, or maybe a 4-color Monarchy deck. Okay. All right, hear me out. So this is Workshop Pod. The idea being that Birthing Pod is an artifact. Okay, you're still with me? And that you can cast it off Mishra's Workshop. And that you can pod... Oh, it's not manaless, sorry. There's 34 lands here. There's just some top end I wanted to show off. And that the idea that there are several 2-card combos that are primarily artifacts. So you could set up Time Vault with like Voltaic Key or Voltaic Servant. You had Pilipala, and you could Pilipala Grand Architect. So you could get a 2-drop and pot it into your Grand Architect with your Pilipala. You had Painter's Servant, and you pot a 2-drop into Trinket Mage to find your Grindstone. And then you also had you have the Kiki G. You have Pestervite and Deceiver Exarch that you can pod up into your Kiki combo, Kiki Conscripts, obviously. You played Arkham Dagson. Where'd you find this? Because you tap it to make your... you tap it to sack one of your creatures to tutor up your Birthing Pod or your Time Vault. You had the Cathodian like line. You have like Cathodian and Suchi in here. Because you could... you pod them away and then they add mana. So it lets you keep going and doing stuff. You have the Junk Diver line so that you could like pot a Junk Diver to get back a 2-drop to find a card so that you can then replay it and kind of continue potting. Importantly, you have Dross Scorpion. This card was huge in this line. So Dross Scorpion is a 4-mana 3/1 artifact creature that whenever it or another artifact creature dies, you can untap target artifact. So with Dross Scorpion and with Dross Scorpion and Birthing Pod, right? You pot away an artifact creature, Dross Scorpion triggers, untaps the Birthing Pod, and you can just keep going. You got Filigree Sages. 2 and a blue, untap target artifact. Not bad, huh? You can untap your time vault. So you could get, oh, there's no tribute mage. Oh, this is kind of embarrassing. You could have tribute mage and find your time vault, pawn to filigree sages, and then just go infinite. I mean, this card goes infinite with Timeless Lotus too. Yeah, this deck was sick. We broke Draw Scorpion. You had KCI and you had Ashnod's Altar to go with your, you know, your Mirror Retrievers. You can't tell me after this stream that Canlander isn't the best Magic format. Where else could you pull off stuff like this? Yeah, exactly. Like, why? This is why Highlander makes it hard to play anything else. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. Here's a piece of history. Here's a piece of history. 107 cards. So this is Stuffy Doll Wildfire. Actually, you know what? Let's watch the clip together, because I still think it's the most played clip on the channel. This is Stuffy Doll Wildfire. It's an attempt to do a Stuffy Doll deck with wildfires, so and like Blasphemous Act and stuff. Basically, you get a Stuffy Doll in play, a bunch of creatures that when they're dealt damage, they deal that much damage to somebody else, and then you, you know, you deal a shitload of damage to your Stuffy Doll and you get to kill them. You can also, there's kind of a feedback loop on some of them where you can like Boros Charm, so you make your creature indestructible and then you just keep dealing damage to it self. You have Bryn's Swans of Bryn Argul, which is 2 and then 2 hybrid blue-white. If damage is dealt to it, you prevent it, and its controller draws cards equal to the damage prevented. So that combos with Seismic Assault and Molten Vortex, where you discard a land, deal 2 damage to it, draw 2 cards, and then hopefully you draw a land to discard it to deal another 2. Now, usually the Seismic Swans deck of Old Extended usually played like 48 lands or something, some ridiculous amount, maybe 43. 43 sounds more correct. But you know, why play that when you can play 36? This is another good this is another good snapshot right there. Just I got a real kick out of Moxen alongside dog shit, you know. Let me find this video. It's like nobody makes clips on the channel anymore, which is fine. It's not, I never like hype it up. I'm not a big, although somebody did. What the fuck? Is that our top clip of all time? This is going to turn into a Wheeler reacts to himself stream. This is recent. Let me mute the music real quick. So it's less than 3. It's a rare or a mythic rare that is either black or green. Oh, I'm covering my own camera. That's very funny. Enchantment or a creature from before 2014. Uvenwald Tracker. Because I was deleting JPEGs that had been saved to my computer, and one of them was from a secret lair. So it is a 1-mana green rare creature that is not a human. It's from before 2012. Could be, oh my god, is it Monvuli Ooze? Please let it be Monvuli Ooze. Oh, it's Monvuli Ooze! Oh, let's fucking go! It's Monvuli Ooze! I mean, that was pretty funny. That was good. But let me see. It's gotta be. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. What a good camera angle. Just makes me look extremely fat. I mean, not that I'm not, but you know. It's okay. Oh, we got the sticky note too. What are they going to do? Fork bolt me? Oh wait, no, this is the wrong one. This is me getting fork bolt. Right. Oh, this might get me muted. Holy shit, wait. No. Get out. Might get me muted. Holy shit, wait. No. Get out. Oh no. Holy shit, wait. Why are you still playing in the background? I need to find... Man, the Twitch user interface stinks. Videos. Is it clips? Where is it? This is important. It's not Dovescape. Ben likes piss. Oh god, oh no. Oh, there's Baby Nutta. That's good. Where's this volcano hellion? Is it no longer a top clip? Where's the volcano hellion? Chat, what happened? Oh, bald era. Where's my volcano hellion? Yeah, audio jungle. Is this it? No, that's just Dubscape. There's Mink, you motherfucker. Oh, I can't find the volcano hellion line. Where's my volcano hellion line? This is a classic. It was one of the top clips because I remember looking at this somewhat recently. I mean, at least in the past year. Best way to go out? Is this it? No, that's a Thopter Foundry in play. Where is it? This is unbelievable. Never tempt fate. No, that's the fork bolt line. Somebody did that twice. Ah, good fuck you, low man. Oh, here it is. This has got to be it, right? Yeah, no, I'd want to actually taste the meat. Nope. This is just me saying taste the meat. Oh, this is somebody playing my own deck against me. Dude, this stream sucks. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Damn. Sorry, chat. If I find it, I'll post it in the Discord. But I'm shocked that I couldn't find it. Who up tasting meat? Does it have to be their own meat or other meat? Yeah, this deck was, there was some spice here. Yeah, there's a volcano, because somebody took my deck and played it against me. Mono Blue Omni. Ponzosaurus. Oh, Rare Monsters. Another person that got banned from the channel. Garsh Max. I don't know what to pick. Wheeler one time? Okay. Who hasn't been banned for the channel? Huh? What is this, Warriors? Is this 4-color Warriors? The Pepe emoji user? No, I think that was no, they were just like a jerk. They were just extremely combative, likely transphobic. They're just a shit. If memory serves. Yeah, this is this is 4-color Warriors. Ooh, the cover of darkness. Obsidian Battle Axe. 3 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, has haste. Whenever a warrior enters the battlefield, you can attach Obsidian Battle Axe to it. I mean, this curve is not bad. This is... Why does this not have Goreclimb but not Bloodbraid? Oh, because this is the best 4 mana in Gruul. Dude, the Rampager just kills people. Yeah, this deck rocks. Okay, bye. Ninjas. Mono Blue Omni. Oh yeah, this deck ruled. This deck genuinely a good deck right here. So this was mono blue. This is mono blue Academy, but with extra turns. So it's called mono blue Omni because you can show and tell in your omniscience. This deck genuinely fucking ruled. So you were a mono blue Academy deck that played planeswalkers that drew you extra cards and every time warp. And you basically just would take extra turns over and over and over again. And you would kill them with either Staff of Nin pings, Karnstrucks eventually, or you would just deck them. Or, you know, you had Laboratory Maniac in here. This is a deck I want to revisit. I think about this a lot. It's likely just worse than normal Paradox Engine decks. But you can play counter magic in it. Like, you can play some extra stuff. I want to play Academy Turns. There's a bunch of extra turns decks that I haven't played, and I frankly think that Time Walk is like an underrated Magic card, which sounds so silly in our format. I think it's an underrated combo piece. Admittedly, it's a 7 mana combo piece, but like it shares some similarity with Black Lotus in that it's your combo piece that you can also use to set up, which is pretty good. Like it's the cheapest one that you can have when you're comboing off. This deck doesn't even play Time Walk because it puts all its mana into fast mana, or all its points into fast mana. But yeah, it's, you know, anytime your combo piece can also just like get you to the combo part of the game, it's pretty good. I got that written down. Sounds miserable. Sure is. Yeah, Will Kenrith was pretty good, right? It just like made your Time Walks cheap and could blank your opponent's cards. Ooh, there's a Vampires deck here. Medium brown. Golgari Cemetery? Well, this is exactly what you think it would be. Is this your deck, Rob? It's oh, there are some heaters here. All right, catch you later, AMC. Drink some water. Why do we have Blightsteel in this deck? We don't have Tinker. What the hell? So this deck was a submission by Rob of a medium deck, but it's all colorless. So we have, or at least it's all artifacts, because somebody is going to shove their glasses through their forehead when they see the Thundering Tanadon. This card's pretty good. 4 mana, 4 life for a 5/4 trample. Molten Steel Dragon. 4 mana, 4 life for a 4/4 flyer with Phyrexian Fire Breathing. Damn, say that 10 times fast. Oh yeah. This deck, you know, the individual cards aren't that bad, but putting it all together sure was a thing. Ponzosaurus? I think I know what Ponzosaurus is. I think this was Dinosaurs, like it was LD, Dinosaur LD. I just got back. What is WBABW? Wheeler's Build-A-Brew Workshop. Okay, yeah, this is just dinos. This is just Gruul, Ponza, but all your creatures are dinosaurs? Well, you have some dragons here too, I guess. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Polyraptor? This is just Zenith and stuff, right? Surely there's not a 9-drop. Okay, yeah, it's just... Is this the clip you wanted? Well, I'm gonna do this. Well, this might be it. Damn, Detective Warcrow on the case. Well, I'm gonna do this because this is infinitely cooler. Okay, so for context, I was playing I was waiting for dinner to arrive. We had ordered pizza or something. And I built that Stuffy Doll deck, and I included this card Volcano Hellion because in my head I was like, this ETBs, and you just pick a very large number and it domes that creature, and then you just die on your upkeep to Echo, right? And I was like, great, get this Volcano Hellion, target my Stuffy Doll. They can gain one. Sure, you can gain one. Because you know what I'm about to do? I'm just going to deal 20,000 damage or whatever. So I input it, and then I like get up and I go and grab the food that's at the front door. And I walk away and I don't notice it until I get back to. I'm just like, woo, all right, we did it. I'm going to do this. 1 sec. We get the kill. We get up. We're like, yeah, we did it. And yeah, great. Did I doll myself? No, well, no, because Volcano Hellion says that you lose life equal to the number, like you pick an amount of damage, and then it does that damage to a deal it to a target, and I lose that much life. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna deal 200 damage to my Stuffy Doll and kill them. But then it also made me lose 200 life. So I just lost on the spot. You know, some good shit. This is a group of heaters right here. Okay. Is there anything else jumping out to people? Gristle brand? Did I try to do Neo brand? Why is Gristle and... Oh, right. Right, okay, this deck's actually kind of dope. So this is a sneak attack Tin Fins deck. Gristle referring to Ilharg being another sneak attack that you can play. So it's a sneak attack Tin Fins Reanimator Storm combo deck. You got Papa Gizmo, you got Trench George, you got World George. You got a lot. This deck, I might actually revisit this because this shares a lot of DNA with like the garbage platter decks. Yeah, this deck's dope. Yeah, it's, you heard Tin Fins? Sneak attack Tin Fins, Tainted Sigil. Oh. We can, oh yeah, Wheels.deck and Dragonstorm Reanimator. We'll look at those. Library Amulet. Okay, hold on. Let me, this has piqued my interest. Library Amulet. Amulet Bloom. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize oh my, I've been looking for this list everywhere. Yo. Oh. Chad, I've been looking for this list for so long. This is my Amulet Bloom list. Look at this. Oh, it's so beautiful. We got Stone Cedar Aerophant. This card's legit in this list. It's just a combo kill. Wow, we got the Retreat to Coral Helm plus Coder line. Yeah, we got Walking Atlas. Tap to put a land from your hand into play. Hey, it's pretty good. Oh, this version doesn't have Intruder Alarm. There was a version where you played the Landfall card. You play the Landfall card with Landfall, make a token, like a creature token, and then you would play Intruder Alarm and a bounce land, and you would just tap, put a bounce land into play, make a token, Intruder Alarm trigger, untap your thing that tapped, put a land into play, and the bounce land goes back to your hand. Plays Magus of the Library because you just always have so many cards in your hand. This deck played Library of Alexandria too, right? Like it had, yeah, this deck was sick. I'm gonna write this down. I might actually, hold up. I'm gonna do you one better. I'm gonna save this deck. How did this deck hold up in 2023? Terribly, but who knows? It did get it some new cards. We got Spelunking. And we have some updated stuff. I could take it for a spin. Hey Wheeler, I have to put together my first Canlander deck and play on Moto. I wanted to submit it as a workshop, but would this stream be a spot for it? I mean, you can submit it to me and then I can play it on another stream. Like it's not going to be, I won't play it today, but I can stream it throughout the week. Ooh. Enduring Ideal? Oh. It's Dovescape. If I were a Pokemon, would I be Benjamin Spheeler? I do like Walrein line. Yes, to answer your question, yes. You got it in one. That's incredible. This deck is also just a classic meme in the chat, right? This was a meme among folks for a while here. It's Enduring Ideal. If you don't know what Enduring Ideal is, it's 7 mana sorcery, find an enchantment, put it into play, and it has Epic. Epic says, for the rest of the game, you can't cast spells. At the beginning of your upkeep, you copy the spell, except for the Epic ability. So you cast this, you don't cast anything else for the rest of your life. And then you start off with Dovescape or Overwhelming Splendor. And you just like lock people out. You just like make all your non-creature spells into 1/1s. Make it so all your 1/1s die, and then make all your creatures into 1/1s with no abilities. And you just lock people out of the game. You also had Phyrexian Unlife and Solemnity, so you had this combo. Ooh, you had I mean, you have Humility and Moat, which is kind of hot. You have Force Bubble. This card's kind of sick. It works with Solemnity. 4 mana enchantment. If damage would be dealt to you, put that many depletion counters on it instead. If there are 4 more depletion counters, sacrifice it. Beginning of each end step, remove all depletion counters from Force Bubble. So this combos with Solemnity. This deck stinks. I mean, probably killed people. Wheels.deck. Somebody wanted Wheels.deck and then Dragonstorm Reanimator. Oh, it's like a Dragonstorm Reanimator, and then I'll scroll down to Wheels.deck. This is exactly what you think it is. So the idea behind this deck is that you can ritual out your dragons and just kill people by playing dragons. You can play a bunch of rituals and then cast Dragonstorm. Oh my god, it keeps going. Oh my god, it keeps going. You can cast all your rituals and then Dragon Storm. Is there a 10 drop? There's no way that's Dragon Tyrant. It's Dragon Tyrant. Holy fuck. Yo, okay. Oof. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. If you listen to the Scourge episode of Shima Wheel Love Magic, you know how much I love Dragon Tyrant. Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, this deck was not as bad as you thought. So it had a couple. I'm going to recap the game plans. You could reanimate your dragons, just like get a big dragon to the graveyard, reanimate it. You could sneak attack your dragons, which sounds a little unnecessary because dragons usually have flying and haste. But you get the sneak attack out, then you just spend all your mana to send out a bunch of dragons. You could Dragon Storm them, which is just a good way of, just combo killing people. And then you could also just like ritual out a Thundermaw Hellkite and then hit them for 5. And if they kill it, then you reanimate it and hit them for 5 again. If they kill it again, well, you might have to play another dragon and start attacking with them. But just like cheating out a dragon super quickly and then just reanimating it whenever they kill it would just kill people. It would get the job done. Old Canlander streams were so sick. Yeah, it felt like back then you could just get away with like whatever you want. Nowadays, you can still do it, but there are a lot of, there are certain cards or effects that just like kind of, certain decks, right? There are certain decks that just say no, which is not that great. Wheels.deck. Yeah, there's certain cards I'd like to see pointed. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'd actually like to see some certain cards pointed in Canlander. Because I feel like one-pointed cards are kind of losing their meaning. Like, no, but... Oh. Okay. So... I'll talk about the one-pointed cards in a second here. So this is the worst thing I've seen in a while. This is basically Nekasar / Owling Mine / you're not going to be able to draw cards, so I'll keep them symmetrical. And like every Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, this might just be a... Why is there a Thieves? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's all coming back. Okay, I remember Thieves Auction. Somebody wanted me to play Thieves Auction. That was like, they were like, build a deck with Thieves Auction in it. Oh, it's all coming back. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm starting to remember this. This deck sucked. It was so bad. But I remember winning games off of getting like an Underworld Dreams in play and then just casting a bunch of wheels. This is Wendy's. No, I thought Wendy's was we have Wendy's in here somewhere. There's a deck list in here with AKA Wendy's. Which I still stand look, I never want to stifle the creativity of community members. And Lord knows that I have birthed any number of monstrosities in regards to their names. But come on, but Wendy's is just like Wendy's is such an egregious name, you know? Like, this shit just doesn't mean anything. Oh, did Magic Online crash? It's either taking its time or it crashed. It's taking its time. I want to just delete the Jun counters deck. I wanted to look at it and then delete it. Ooh. No, it's just taking its sweet time. Yeah, Neo Hulk. So Neo Hulk, this is kind of a fun list. This was a Nuts of Odin brew. So it is a deck that looks to, you have the like Sandy B kind of cards in here. So you have the Academy Raptor, Carrion Feeder, Viscera Seer. You have the Protean Hulk, Safi Eriksdotter, all that stuff. But you also had, like, you were looking to break Neoform, basically. Catch you later, Sibwow. You're looking to break Neoform. And so the idea being you could just, like, Neoform up the chain of, like, what if we is Omniscience in this deck, too? I think Omniscience might be in this list. Omniscience isn't in this list. Why is this card in here? This card should not be in here. I guess it's a sack outlet. It's a tutorable sack outlet that also gets back your Neoform. The idea being like Mnemonic Wall is a 5-drop that you can Neoform your Academy Rector into Mnemonic Wall, and Mnemonic Wall returns Neoform, or any of these 4-drops. You Neoform into Mnemonic Wall, returns Neoform, Neoform Mnemonic Wall into Sun Titan to get back your Neoform, or Green Warden of Marasa to get back Neoform, and then you get Hulk and you Neoform Hulk. Like, you just Neoform up the chain. It was, I think there was something here. This build, I mean, there was a couple of builds. I think this build got better. I think we worked on it a bit. And I know Nuts of Odin played it for a hot minute. Do like the concept of the name, but they should have just call it free refills. Because that's not even an exclusively a Wendy's thing. But they also went in on the name for Wendy's being like, it wasn't just about the free refills. Like, there was trying to be a line of like, it was a, it's just a whole, like the dollar menu or something. I remember they tried to, it was like a push to be like, oh, you pick 4 for 4 or whatever. Like, there's because we talked about this recently too. The 4 for 4, that was a Wendy's thing. Selesnya oh shit. Okay. I remember this deck. Does anybody remember who submitted Selesnya Boomtown? Selesnya Boomtown. Canadian Highlander. I mean, I bet I could find out. Selesnya Boombox? That's... Oh, it is Sound of White Noise. It was Sound of White Noise. That's who it was. So this is like ramp into Wraths, and they're not to jump scare everyone. I think there's going to be a Nova Blast Worm around here, unless the Nova Blast Worm got cut. Oh, this was a late one. This used to have Nova Blast Worm. The it's like a 7 mana, what is it? It's like a 7 mana 8 or whatever. Nova Blast Worm. When it attacks, it blows everything up. Yeah, it's a 7 mana 7/7 worm. When it attacks, you destroy all other creatures. So it's like green white ramp into Wraths and Planeswalkers, and it has the lands package. Pretty gross. I'm looking for ones with weird names. I assume RIP Jihad is the Mono White Blitz list. Rally the Ancestors. We can click on this one. Yeah, it's the reverse elf. Get it? 1-drop, 2-drop Wrath. 1-drop, 2-drop Wrath of God.
How dare you.
Now
That is Sadus. Welcome back for the 3rd month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you in MSA. Good to see you. Thank you for the support. This was a Rally the Ancestors deck that also had the Safi Eriksdotter Renegade Rallier combo. And maybe Loyal Retainers? No Loyal Retainers. So no Loyal Retainers? For people that don't know, Rally the Ancestors, X white white, return each creature with mana value X or less from your graveyard to play, and then you can exile them later. Or return the ranks, which is just going to return all the creatures with mana value 2 or less. I think versions of this had a Mortal Servitude as well. There's a new one, Return from Avernus or something from, I say new, but it's over a year old. Yeah, this deck was sick. I might actually return to playing this deck. Ascend from Avernus, that's the new one. Rally the Ancestors combo. Yeah, I might try this deck out again. I played a version of this in Gladiator too. Like this was a deck that I tried to. Oh, Magic Online. Oh, there we go. Love me to play Boomtown. Big Selesnya. I want to see. Yeah, I want to see this. If this is Mono White Blitz, we can just get rid of it. Yeah, it's Mono White Blitz. So this was Mono White, extremely low land count, 23 lands. Well, this is a good one. Yeah, this is another good screenshot. Yeah, let's just do that. So this was Mono White Blitz, low land count, tons of 1-drops, and it played every like Honor of the Pure kind of card, every 2-mana Honor of the Pure. So that included Crusade, which obviously is now banned, and it included Jihad, which is obviously now banned. But look at this 1-drop slot. Like 57 creatures, 23 lands. 46 1-drops. Actually, I could... Here, let's put Suntail Hawk instead of this one. Or actually, I want to show that this deck's playing all of these. Maybe that's too much. Let's just put Suntail Hawk. Although I do love Lantern Kami. Furry Bait? Which one's Furry Bait? Oh, the Avon Skirmisher? I don't think birds are furries, are they? Oh, oh, Fury Bait. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Oh, shit. That's good. That's so good. Can I steal that? I want to use that on a Friday night paper fight. That was so good. I'll give you credit when I do it. Thank you. Fury Bait. Oh shit, that's funny. I'd look at this deck again, like Mono White Blitz. Obviously, losing Crusade is genuinely a pretty big deal for that deck, because like you got so much strength off of just having a bunch of these 2-mana anthems that like it didn't matter if it was symmetrical at times, right? There's Seinfeld, we've already looked at. Sorensen, we've already looked at. Steve Albini.deck, this is just big black. If you don't know who Steve Albini is, or who Big Black is, music. This is just big black. Yeah. There's a pretty infamous Big Black album called Songs About Fucking. mentioned wanting more clips. Thank you. I might share that one, HD, because that's a good one. I almost just... wait, where'd it go? Oh, I closed it. I was going to say, I almost just tweeted out just the Wikipedia link to songs about fucking. Oh, now I don't have it. No. I mean, we'll have it when we get to Mono White Blitz. But yeah, this is Big Black. Has a storm kill. This is something that like Nelson has really been into. And I kind of want to play Big Black again. Or like Black X. Like, I want to play Mono Black. 2-card Monty. I think that'd be a fun deck to explore again. Yeah, the Flowering the White Tree actually kind of replaces it. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe there's enough. I mean, the fact that both Fury and Pyrokinesis see like regular top tier play is a little scary. Yeah, this is just like chugging along. Trans Rights is Flying Men. But I believe this was after Autumn won the PT. This is just red deck wins. I didn't even mean to click on it. But 20. Oh, this is the 24 land RDW. Yeah. Oh, with the mana clash? Yo. Not good. Kind of want to see what the Stompy list looks like. Yeah, this was like super high rolly, which is why you had Thunder's Wrath in there. A plus black. Yeah, that's my favorite name for that deck. Ooh, yeah. Hey, Wormy. Can I interest you in a 2-mana 3/3 in green? Can I interest you in a Leatherback Baloth? Damn, we have our 4-drop slot is Questing Beast and Vengevine. We still got the Ram Gang. We got the Yorvo. Oh, the Reverend Hunter. 3-mana 1/1 ETB with a number of counters on it equal to Devotion to green. The Swordwise Centaur. Wow, this deck got a lot better too. I mean, it got the better cards is what I want to say. Mono green Stompy. This list is getting long, chat. Might of Volcrosa. Oh, am I on Primal Bellow? No, I'm not. Treetop, the Modern Horizons one? Oh, because it has dash? Oh, that's funny. I mean, it attacks as a 3/2 with haste. Okay. Okay. Wikipedia having an article about songs about fucking threw me off. What do you mean? It's a classic album. Genuinely a really good album. Like, often one of the best produced albums, I guess. Like, it's a big deal. Songs about fucking is a big deal. I swear to God, after doing all this, if my Magic Online still just crashes anytime I try to open a trade binder, it'd be really upsetting. Ooh, Pox. Oh, I got it. Okay, okay. Okay, hold on. I figured it. I remembered. So this is Pig Noises. This is Pig Noises. I can't remember if we already talked about this on stream or not, but this is Mono Black Aggro. This is Mono Black Aggro. And the deck's called Pig Noises. Can anybody guess why it's called Pig Noises? Because I just remembered why. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with cops. Or clowns. or my dog, or 50 feral hogs. It's called Pig Noises because when this deck showed up in the history of Magic outside of our format, but even including our format in the early days, it was called Suicide Black or Suey Black. That's not a good name. That's a shitty name, right? But being Canlander players, folks still will like, not anymore, but certainly at the time, like it's a thing that you would still run into people that will mention it as Suey Black. And I didn't want to call it that. But also Mono Black aggro felt very stale. So we just called it Pig Noises because Suey. Yeah. Yeah, not a good name. Made sense with the cards that were being played, the fact that this was a game from the 90s. Big Red should be, oh yeah. I mean, that's not a bad name for like medium red. Oh yeah. Just thinking, oh yeah. No, yeah, not the hogs, but that's pretty good. Yeah, I wanted to look at this Pox deck. I brought Pox to when I went to PAX. So when I went to PAX 2016, I think it was 2016. I went to PAX when they were showing off Kaladesh for the MTG Diversity. I was there helping out at the MTG Diversity. Fun fact, that's where I met Shivam. And he forgot about that interaction until I told him about it, because, you know, I looked pretty similar back then, actually. But it felt fitting. I was like, oh, I'm going to PAX. Everybody tells me about PAX Pox. This was before COVID, which I guess you can still get PAX Pox and COVID by going to PAX. And this was one of the decks I brought. Yeah, this was one of the decks I brought. This deck was not as bad as it looked. I think future versions of this deck played, whatchamacallit? I played Tombstalker and Gurmag Angler and other versions of this. But because right now your creatures are Nether Spirit and there's one more creature in here. Where is it? Bloodghast. Yeah, you play Nether Spirit and Bloodghast, which makes sense. They're creatures that can keep coming back. Pox is something I'd be interested in playing too. Pox. It's so funny because, like, obviously this deck is not, it's rancid to play against it. But it's one of those decks where just like land destruction and hand attack don't really work together, because you're blowing up their land so that they can't cast spells, but then you're hand attacking them so they don't have spells. So they kind of do the same thing, and they often just like butt heads. But it's a very like old school, I mean, the kind of hand attack that they used to play, right? Hymn to Torak, Mind Twist, like they're ripping everything from your hand and just making sure you can't top deck or draw into anything. But it's kind of, yeah, the Wheeler Twist emote. When we got Mind Twisted so much, we had a Mind Twist emote. The good old days. Soldiers is pretty self-explanatory. Solemnity Control. This deck's actually pretty cool. This was Spicy Napalm, I believe. Spicy Napalm had a blue-white... Oh, there's a black splash for Demonic Tube. That's hot. It was like a blue-white deck that looked to create Gifts Ungiven packages. Gifts Ungiven was huge for this deck because it would create a Gifts Ungiven pile with like Replenish... Or no, it was Savine's Reclamation, Solemnity, Phyrexian Unlife, and Replenish is I think what it was. Basically, it's set up the Solemnity lock through Gifts Ungiven, or it's set up putting... Oh, come back here. You're the coolest card in this deck. It's set up putting Decree of Silence in the graveyard with Solemnity. Decree of Silence is an 8-mana enchantment. Says whenever an opponent casts a spell, you counter it and you put a depletion counter on it. And then if there are 3 or more depletion counters on it, you sack it. You can also cycle it for 6 mana and counter a spell, but Decree of Silence and Solemnity is just like the hardest of locks. So that was really cool. There was also... What's the other lock? I don't think they ever played it, but there was one with Lunar... Was it Lunar Eclipse Sun Titan? There's like an enchantment that's like counter the first spell. It's an enchantment that says when an opponent plays a spell, you sacrifice it, then you counter that spell. And so it would just like with Sun Titan, you would be able to keep getting it back. But yeah, this deck's really cool. I gotta tell you, it's a little bittersweet sometimes, not because Lunar Force, that's what it was. Thank you. Not because it's like I'm running, I mean, Spicy Napalm I've seen, like Spicy Napalm has shown up in the channel. And I've seen them talk, Canlander. They're somewhat, I don't want to obviously dox them, but I believe they're Pacific Northwest, or they were. So not them in particular, but like running across some of these names of like, oh, it's this person who is, they no longer watch the stream, which I don't care about, too much. Obviously, it's a bummer that they don't like to hang out, especially now that we're playing Highlander again. But I get it. We've been doing this for almost 5 years. I constantly say that if you've been here for like 1 year or 6 months, that's a long time. Like sticking for 5 years, that's a level of commitment where I feel like I should buy you a beer. Right? Like, that's a lot. But I hope that they're still playing Canlander somewhere, That's the real thing. Whether or not they're watching the stream, it'd be nice if they were hanging out, but seeing somebody's name and being like, oh, they used to play Canlander and I haven't seen them on the Discord, or they haven't showed up or whatever. I haven't seen them in like on a Friday Night Paper Fight or a Showdown comment section. Like, that's always kind of a bummer. But I get it. Life goes on. Magic's an expensive hobby. The pandemic was hell for all of us. Some more than others. Oh, don't close on me now. I'm trying to look at some other cards. Disco Para Lava? Huh? 4-color Bobs. I remember this deck. Tree Folk... Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Wait, no. We gotta go back. You can't show me some of these cards, some of these names, and just not let me click on it. We already talked about Funeral Planet, I believe. Yeah, Funeral Planet was the nickname of Yawgmoth's Jacuzzi that splashed red and played the Heartbeats. Named after a lyric from the Electric Wizard song Funeralopolis. Boing, 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 dong, 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 bong, bong. This deck was dope. We looked at, if not very similar decks already, though. Catch you later, Evil Jin. Have a good one. Allurin Pod Chain Kitty Krat Storm. Oh, yeah. So this is, or Goblin Allurin Pod Chain Kitty Krat Storm. So to break this down, this deck was also more real than it looked, than it looks like. I mean, I know it has Vanquisher's Banner, but this deck ended up playing pretty okay when you drew the best cards. Not even the Goblin cards. So let's break it down. So it's a Goblin's Shell with Allurin. There were some, I think there was a loop with goblins, or this Allurin just let you storm off. Birthing Pod, because we had a chain. You could go up to Kiki Jiki and set up a combo kill. Chain is Food Chain because we got Squee the Immortal, so a goblin that works with your food chain. Also just Food Chain let you like cash in some of your low drop utility goblins into your bigger ones. Kitty refers to Dirty Kitty, which Dirty Kitty was an old extended deck that was a goblin-based storm deck that used Skirk Prospector and Fecundity. 3-mana enchantment. Whenever a creature dies, a creature's controller draws a card. So it was a Fecundity Goblin Storm deck. The Kratz aspect, I don't fucking know. We had Murderous Redcap combo in here with Grumgully. Oh, we have the Cloudstone Curio, so we could Cloudstone Curio combo with we could Cloudstone Curio combo with Alurin. That's what it was. And then the storm part, because you could storm out. There's no Empty the Wardens, which is a little weird. Oh, Surge, what up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream. This is a wild ride. I was going to stream Canadian Highlander today, but my Magic Online was really slow, and I found out it's because I haven't deleted any decks on it. So we've spent the past 4 hours going over old Canlander decks. Surge warns us about language, and the first word I joined is an F-bomb. I don't swear that much. More than Surge, but less than Adam. Yalk, welcome back for the 56 months. Jesus. How you doing? Sup, nerds? I'm so bust. Oh, yeah. I have been deleting them as we've been going on. Yeah. Oh, you missed the start. Yeah, I'm freeing up space. Check this out. Aki Rock Speaker? Huh? 2-mana 1/1 Goblin, ETB add a red. That combos off with Alurin and any 1-mana Goblin. You just add, or not even a 1-mana Goblin, any other Goblin. You just add. Well, no, you need Cloudstone Curio as well. Yeah, this deck's a thing. This deck's a thing. I don't know if I'm revisiting this one. I've also, for old time's sake, I've brought back the sticky note, and I'm writing down every list that I've ran into that I want to play. Classic could stream gameplay, but instead we just reminisce. Well, here's the thing, Fisher, is that I'm going to have to do this anyways. And so either I could do it in my own time, that would take forever, and just be me sitting looking at my computer being like, oh, remember this? Or I could share some old school Highlander lore with people, which we've been doing. I mean, I like sharing. I don't know why it's formatted like this. I like sharing, you know, some of the lore and some of the old decks and explaining some of the bad deck names. What is God Bless America? Oh, this is just Jeskai midrange. This is just old school Jeskai midrange. 2 swords. Oh yeah, I didn't read it as a complaint, but it is the classic trap of like, you know, I could do this, but why don't we just reminisce and take a history lesson? Yeah, this is just old school Jeskai. God, I miss casting Geist of Saint Traft. As soon as there's a format where I could play 4 of Geist of Saint Traft or like 3 of Geist of Saint Traft, I'm in. Like I'm buying in. I don't care how many players you have, I'll buy into it because I love Geist of Saint Traft so much. Clear out the garbage before I can play her video games. Yeah, basically. I have to do the chores. After I do this, it's going to make future streams so much easier too. Which is nice. It'll make pulling deck lists too. Like I can start using Magic Online as like a deck database as well. There's a 4 of Geist deck in Histor. Oh, the Griff's Boon one. Right. Yeah, I already bought that deck. I haven't played it though, but I did buy that deck. The Leyline Griff's Boon, Ethereal Armor. I guess calling it a Griff's Boon deck is a little weird. Harbor? Ooh, I wanted this. So I'm playing this deck in the next couple of weeks because I have not been able to stop thinking about it. This is Heartbeat Turns. So, hear me out. So what's the worst part about Heartbeat of Spring and Mana Flare is that I've already used my mana to cast these cards. And then I have to pass because I'm tapped out. And then my opponent gets to do a bunch of stuff before they kill my stuff. Well, here's how we get around this. Is that for just 4 mana and 2 cards, you can play Heartbeat of Spring and then tap your other land and cast Time Walk. And then you untap, and then you just have Heartbeat of Spring and you storm off and take infinite turns. This is a deck that I really enjoyed playing. It was a lot better than I initially expected. And it had the most, like, this was such a streamer deck in the sense that everybody looked at this deck and went, how do you win? It's like, what do you mean, how do you win? They're like, well, you take infinite turns, but how do you kill them? You attack with Eternal Witness, or Snapcaster Mage, or Baral. Like, this was such a... and admittedly a little frustrating at the time, but it was such a, like, chat, no, you don't need a win condition. You don't need to focus on the win condition. Our win condition is we're taking infinite turns. And that we use whatever's left in the fridge, you know? Oh, hey honey, do we have anything in the fridge? Yeah, I think there's a Snapcaster Mage. Great, that'll do. Yeah, that's fine. You just kill them with that. Chandra Hope's Beacon? No, this list is from like 2019. What if I can't attack? Then I cast a bunch of cheap spells and then lightning bolt them to death with Thousand Year Storm. If for whatever reason we can't attack, we just kill them with that. And we can't ever deck out because we have Seasons Past. Oh, add Chandra Hope's Beacon. 6, well, maybe, I don't know. I feel like if I'm taking these older lists and trying to update them for a more modern Highlander landscape, one of the first things I probably should do is like cut the 6 drops. They might be a little tough. I'm gonna save this though. This is, yeah, I'm gonna save this deck. Oh, Cameron, what up? How you doing? Thank you for the raid. God, did everybody start streaming as soon as Desert Bus was done? Finally, it's over. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, folks. We are looking at... I'm cleaning up my closet, basically. This is as close to the Benny Wheels chit chaff that you'll get, because I'm going through old Canlander lists and deleting them so that my Magic Online is faster. We've been at it for 4.5 hours. So this is Wendy's. This is what I have saved as Wendy's. We were talking about it a bit earlier. Chat might know this as Hollow Tog, because this was before the Draw 7s. Because this is where, I forget who, L might remember. I forget who donated to me to do this on stream. But this is what Wendy's was. It was like a 4-color, fill up your graveyard, churn through your deck, delve, kill them with Psychotog and like Enigma Drake style deck.
Another one.
This was pretty strong.
Gives me conniptions.
It's pretty good. Oh, Yelk, gifting a sub to Iris of Ether. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Very generous. Oh, Magic Online is really struggling. Yeah, our mascot, Dr. Teeth. Remember all the Psychotog emotes? Do I have any Psychotog emotes left? Psychotog used to be like a Oh god.
Another one.
Magic Online, please. All right, I'll let Magic Online
Gives me
stop
conniptions.
doing this. Oh no! We have our first crash. Oh, Magic Online, no!
Another one. Gives me conniptions.
Now, I don't want to say Yelk crashed Magic Online, but I mean, crashing 4.5 hours in is pretty good. Yelk, thank you for
Another
gifting
one.
10 subs there. That's much better.
Gives me conniptions.
To make it an even 400. Jesus. Those gifted subs went to Samu, Mr. Cellophane,
another
Red
one.
Empress, Jacketed Rock, Simriel,
Gives me
Bilfred,
conniptions.
Bilfred, Chronically Poor, R10 Pez10, M. Malik, and Mosef Jedi. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, Elk.
Another one.
All right, let me
Gives me conniptions.
do this. I want to find opening things while Magic
another
Online's
one.
opening up might be a mistake.
Gives me conniptions.
Yeah, what happened to our Tog emotes?
Another one. Gives me conniptions.
Are you telling me that this emote? Are you telling me that people didn't use this emote?
Another
Oh, you can't
one.
even see because of the...
Gives me conniptions.
You telling me people didn't use this emote often enough to justify its inclusion? Damn, that's wild. I would have thought the gay
another
psychotog
one.
would have gotten so much use.
Gives me conniptions.
Hello, everyone. First time tuning into the stream. I appreciate the spinning
another
rat in the
one.
corner. Well, thank you for being here. That's
me
Rat View.
conniptions.
They're a permanent fixture and I can't get rid of them. Not that I'd want to get rid of them. Pride Tog died for Cyberwheeler. Do I still have Cyberwheeler? Sibwow is the only person that uses Cyberwheeler. Why do we still have Cyberwheeler? You've never seen Rapthew? Oh yeah, Rapthew's always chilling. Here, I'll make Rapthew a little bit bigger. More, yeah, it's vintage. Zombie aristocrats. That's kind of hot. Mardu aristocrats. There's like 50 dredge decks. You haven't slept in a week and you're hungover as hell. Yeah, that'll probably contribute to ignoring the giant rat. Soul Jess Skies? What? What is this? SUL must be an acronym for something. Well, it's too late now. Bye-bye. It's going to be Jeskai Flyers. Yes, but SUL. This has to be somebody's like an acronym for someone's name. Jess Skies. Ooh, yeah. This was Jeskai Flyers. I remember this deck. Vadrock. Lightning Angel. Wow. We got some heaters in here. Judge's Familiar. A Delver of Secrets that's never going to flip. Skycat Sovereign. Spellstutter Sprite. Oh yeah, this deck's great. We got Winged Words. Winged Words! Winged Words! Excellent! Eagle. Great deck. Time to delete it though. The time has come. Time has come and gone. You're too old for clubbing with your sister and 20-year-olds? Yeah, you know, I gotta mention, I think I'm lucky that my sister and I are relatively the same age, and that she never wanted to hang out with me, or I never wanted to hang out with her. Not to get into random topics, do I have any tips for getting into Canlander? Proxy up decks, build something that you like, your favorite thing to do in Magic. Play with friends that have similar-ish aspirations. If you cube, play with people between rounds of cube. If you play Commander, play with people between rounds of Commander. Watch North 100. Watch my YouTube VODs, because there's a bunch of Canlander VODs up there. Yeah. Proxy. Proxying's... Who doesn't love proxying? 5-color 1-drops. Oh, this has 0 lands. Okay, I remember this. This was me trying to figure out which 1-drops to play. That doesn't help. 71 drops. Oh. Well, if you don't know what this deck is, it's hard countered by Chalice of the Void on 1. Canlander's pretty popular in BC, yeah. But it's getting popular everywhere. Like, it is at the point now where there are like weekly tournaments in Quebec, Alaska, Indianapolis, in Texas, in the UK, in Madison, Portland, I mean, obviously Vancouver, but that's still BC. There's a group in Ontario. There's people that play. There was a group that played in Finland. Are they in Finland? Finland? I think they were Finland. Finland or Sweden or both. Yeah, people play it, which is great. The format's fun. Granger Guild. Holy shit. Tex, welcome back for the God knows how many 54th month. Jesus. Portland. Yeah. Not only are there people that play in Portland, there are 2 separate play groups in Portland. There are 2 LGSs in Portland that run it, right? Maybe even more. A lot of people in Oz watch it. I imagine because there's so many people that play 7 points in there. Upstate New York? Hell yeah. Bellingham? When's the next Bellingham event? I could go for a Bellingham event. My friend has a Canlander events in Southern California. Yeah, there's a NorCal store that plays it too. SoCal plays it. There was some Italian players have started there. I don't know if it's like a full 8-person, but there's at least like 6 people in. Where in Italy are you? Somewhere in the south. Yeah. December 2nd. Ooh, I mean, that may be that. Well, Bellingham? Winnebayou? Hold on. December 2nd. Maybe. I just played Canlander here in Dallas. There's a lot of players. They're like, the format has like blown up. It's harder to see that impact because you don't have, like in Gladiator, right? You see the size of Gladiator, the central Discord, everybody shows up. It's free to play. It's, you know, it's very approachable and it's all online. And that's great. That's a huge strength of Gladiator. And then Canlander is like tons of people play it all over the world, but it's all like, it's often in like smaller play groups, or you get people where it's like you have 2 play groups of like 6 that if they came together, you'd have 12 people, but they are on opposite ends of like a city that takes so hard to get into touch with each other, you know? I don't know why I did this. Getting into touch with each other? 5 color queens. This was just a 5 color. I think the so it's 5 color legends, but they had to be nominated queens by me. I remember building this deck. Building this deck was very much like a, I don't know if I want them as a queen. This is this is why Judith is in here, because Judith is my queen. But you gotta I mean, if you ask me, all women are queens. Do I have my soundboard up? There should be clapping. I don't have my sound. Hold on, let me say that again. If you ask me, wait, please hold. I have to get this out. If you ask me, all women are queens. Northern Seas, welcome back for the 4th month. Thank you so much. I'll expect my key to the city. my giant sash. Thank you for the 4 months, Northern Seas. How you doing? How you been? Ooh, 5 color skies. What is this? Like, what did I expect? Why? Like, what the fuck is this list? Oh my god, this is a travesty. So as you can see, it's a 5 color skies list. For clarification, when I use the term skies, if I say Flying Men is a very specific deck that is flyingmen.deck, where it's called that because that was just the name of it on Magic Online. How it would format how it would format deck lists on Magic Online. But if it's a deck built around a bunch of flyers, it's called skies. This is like an old school kind of terminology, but it's one that like is at least somewhat readable, right? Like if you have bare knowledge about Magic and I say like I'm playing a skies deck, what do you think that means? It's like, well, you probably have flyers, right? Wow, this is bad. Stormfront Pegasus, nice. Mistral Charger, okay. Core Skyfisher, love it. Great. Great. Very cool. Some of these decks are, again, some of these decks are like submissions from people that they have a really bad idea and they want to see it done. For instance, if this is what I think it is, I'm going to click over. Brace yourselves, chat. I mean, first off, look at that 6-drop slot. 11 6-drops. Get ready for the jump scare, though. If this is what I think it is. Do we have the 8-drop? Yes, we do. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, this is kind of an iconic deck from the old days. This is Big Blue Leviathans. This was Big Blue Leviathans. Carson paid for this. We have 3 Leviathans in here. This deck won. Like, there was recorded footage of me killing people with Stormtide Leviathan. This card was an old school reanimator target, too. Creatures without flying or island walk can't attack, and it's an 8/8 unblockable. Wow. Here, I'll share this too, because people will get a kick out of this. This deck, yeah. Sometimes people would be like, hey, you should play this. And I'm like, what does that mean? They're like, well, you should add these cards to something. It's like, okay. Sugar Hulk. Somebody asked about Sugar Hulk. I'm trying to, Was this Sugar Hulk? What the fuck is this? What is this? I mean, it's a... Okay, so it's an Enduring Renewal Flash Hulk deck? Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So to break this one down, you are a you're an Enduring Renewal deck. So your hand is revealed. If you draw a card, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put into your graveyard. Otherwise, you draw a card. And then it says whenever a creature is put into the graveyard from play, return it to your hand. And you play this with 0 drops. And yeah, this, I think this was you, Root Potato. You play this with 0 drops and a sack outlet, like Goblin Bombardment. This is where you might run into people with they like the name like Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles. Like this is a classic deck. That package, the Enduring Renewal, Goblin Bombardment, and 0 drops, is a classic like deck named after cereal, basically. But with Flash and Hulk, you can flash out Hulk. Hulk dies, and you have to get cards with combined mana value 6 or 6 or less. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 0 drops, and a bunch of blood artists. And so a lot of, and like a sack outlet, and a lot of these 0 drops just die immediately and you drain them for a bunch. Like you would get like blood artist, like a blood artist, Zulaport, Cutthroat, Carrion Feeder, Viscera Seer, and all these 0 drops, and then you just dome them out. So yeah, it's an Enduring Renewal Flash Hulk deck. Don't know why Painter Servant Grindstone's in here. Especially because there's no Trinket Mage. Seems a little weird. I guess I wanted stuff to get her out Infinite Life, but I already have it. I don't know. I have no idea. Why it's called Sugar Hulk? Maybe because it sounds like a cereal name, like Sugar Crisp with Hulk? I don't know. We already looked at Electric Prince Moonstorm, Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm. Curious about what Ben's is. Huh. Jeskai tokens opposition? With Jeskai ascendancy? Jeskai tokens opposition. You have like Young Pyromancer, Murmuring Mystic. You got the Rabble Masters, Brimaz. Jeskai tokens. We're Jeskai tokens with Jeskai ascendancy and opposition. Okay, great. Dispose. Yeah, dispose, deploy. What about something like the moth that returns them flying? I mean, that moth did not exist when we made that deck. All right. Because they might watch it, Wilco, who was obsessed with Seasons Past, and I saw, Wilco, if you get this far in the VOD, I saw your comment that I roasted you about Seasons Past. So here you go. Sultai Seasons Past. This is very much like the Curb Your Enthusiasm deck, where you have Time Walk, Mystical Tutor, and Seasons Past, and you take infinite turns that way, and you kind of just loop your value. But this also had more of a mid-range game plan going on for it. I mean, I like what the black adds. You get Vamp Tutor too, which is infinite, but also just kills you, which is kind of funny. we have... I'll do one last look-see. If there's anything that really jumps out, I can click on it. But like... Ooh, Paradorks? Wait, hold on. I'd show off the Owling Mine decks, but I literally updated Owling Mine recently. Paradorks engine. So this is a Paradox engine intruder alarm combo deck with like Cloudstone Curio, a bunch of mana dorks, and then you play Primordial Sage and Season of the Soul of the Harvest, excuse me, to be your draw engine. You also have Glimpse of Nature. Is there a Bloom Tender in here? Yeah, there's a Bloom Tender in here. Oh yeah, this deck is I mean, it couldn't be any worse than the Elf deck we played earlier in the week, right? Orzhov Rallycrats Renewal? How many Enduring Renewal decks? No, this isn't even Enduring Renewal. What the f... Rally the Ranks, Rally Ancestor. Where's the Renewal? Proc of Rebirth. This is kind of like black-white. This is like black-white Ruin Your Evening. Which is kind of cool. It's like a black-white Ruin Your Evening on the right. Where's the Renewal? Oh, it's in the sideboard. Yeah, this is just like bad black-white crats. Okay. I was a little excited for Enduring another. I mean, I was a little like, how many Enduring Renewal decks do I have? But also just, you know, okay, Orzhov. People love Orzhov. Mono White Blitz, medium red, medium brown, medium green, medium black, aka Ride the Demon. All right, for L, I'll click on this. Oof. Medium black. For those not familiar with the medium decks, it's basically Ancient Tomb mana, and you just accelerate these threats. Black being the most awkward color combination for this because you're an Ancient Tomb deck with, you know, Phyrexian Obliterator. But we got some heaters in here. Plague Sliver. 4 mana 5/5. Juzam Jin, one of the best to ever do it. Desecration Demon. Oh. Ooh, Mardu Strike Leader. No, this card rules. 3 mana 3/2. Attacks and make warriors. Is Moto running any smoother than when we started? Well, it crashed. And it was running okay, but then it started not. Wait, was that Mardu Scape Shift? Oh! Maze's End. All right, we found a Maze's End deck. Big Cartography. Remember Big Cartography? Yami Yugi's a flat earther. I mean, you know what? Is including this card really going to make our deck any worse? Maybe. Maybe. There's another one. We updated this. We had Maze's End from 2019, November 2019. We updated it April 2020. If you don't shut up. I could have punched Mokuba in the face. I think the funny, I very distinctly remember one time saying, like, doing that voice and saying he's going to drown Mokuba, and just thinking, like, almost being disgusted with myself, being like, wow, that's heinous. That's like such a brutal threat. I'm going to drown you. Like, that's so cruel. Devoid of any kind of humanity. Ooh. Knights? I mean, we know Knights is going to be bad. How bad is this? Likely very, but, you know, it's gotten some new tools. There are more gates. There are more ways of untapping your lands. Oh, okay. Well, we can, before we close up, we have to look at some of these. Some of these Hypergenesis lists. I updated Hypergenesis recently too. So this is Hypergenesis. It's exactly what it looks like. A bunch of Cascade cards and Hypergenesis. There were a couple of different ways that you could build Hypergenesis. There was a version, I think this is the version, where you just play a bunch of dragons. And the idea is that you Hypergenesis poop out a bunch of dragons and you just kill them in the air before your opponent can do anything. You got, like, look, you got Spirit of the Night. You got a Chroma. Oh, and you played Bogardan Hellkite. And look at this, Brimstone Dragon, 8 mana, 6/6 flying haste. I remember I had to buy a Brimstone Dragon to play this deck at a Thursday. Yeah, this was not good. There's another Hypergenesis list. This one didn't have as many of the dragons. Oh, this one was updated. Oh, right, because we got Perforos and Thrones of Chaos and Eureka. Yeah, we got some redundancy to just like sneak stuff out repeatedly. And then there's a third Hypergenesis list. This one had the dragons again. Okay. It's a Hive Mind deck. I want to... What's Harbor? What do we think Harbor is going to be? This is just turns. This is the Heartbeat turns deck. Oh, we have 2 copies of it. Enduring Ideal stacks. Flash Allure and Labman. Oh, there it is. Fuck. Wait. I've been looking for this list. Genuinely looking for this list. Flash Rector Sneak Moon Mastery. So this is a Flash Rector deck or a Sneak Attack Rector deck that looks to get out either Omniscience or you find Sneak Attack and you Sneak Attack kill them. And you play Blood Moon too. So it's like a Blue Moon. It's a Blue Moon list with a combo kill that plays Flash Rector. And you also have Dream Halls. So it's like we took Blue Moon, Flash Rector, and Omnitel and smushed them into this pile of crap. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm saving this one. No, not Flash. This is just going to be boring Flash, I assume. Damn, we got some heaters here. Oh. Does anybody remember Treefolk Burn? Anybody remember Treefolk Burn? This was the stupidest meme deck that we ever played. Yeah, it was a forest. I forget why somebody wanted me to play this. Was it because there were forest fires going on in BC? It was... I think it was because there were wildfires going on in BC. Oh no, it was 420 because we were burning trees. That's what it was. I forgot it was on 420. This is so stupid. It was on 420. That's because we were 420 blazing it. Okay, yeah, I remember. I remember this deck now. We have smoke in here. We got Canker Bloom, Spore Cloud. Oh, stupid deck. Constant Mists. Yeah, we have the Fogs. I think I won a match with this, right? We have the Weed Pruner Poplar. Oh, the Weed Pruner Poplar. All right, fine. We'll add it to the sticky note. 420 Treefolk Burn.
Do
Yeah.
you know how many times I told you to make that deck and you You're like, no, I'm never making that deck. I'm never making that meme deck. It's
I had
meme deck."
maybe I said I'm not making it because I'd already made it. Not that's from 2018 or 2019.
That was at least 2 years after I asked.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
I remember being like, you're Robin. Robin, why won't Benjamin make a stupid meme deck about smoking weed?"
Okay, so Kiefer asked Robin Sorensen why I wouldn't build a stupid meme deck around smoking weed.
And then you did, but years later.
Oh my god. Okay, go get out of here. Get out of here. I don't have to deal with this kind of harassment. Ahoy, Junnator. Thank you. I personally raised all 1.2 million. Has the new set shaken up the format? No. Probably not. There's the Morph deck I built. That deck sucked. There's Mirrored that killed Elliot. Ooh, maybe I should take a picture of this. The mirror deck, yeah. I'm gonna send Elliot a picture of this. Or better yet, I'm gonna post it on the Spike Feeders Discord. Spike Feeders. Hey. All right, I tagged Elliot and I said, "Hey Elliot, I need some advice on this Canlander deck I'm updating. Any thoughts?" Yeah, this is the only time I'd play Hovermere. Wow. We are not even close to like getting through these, by the way. I'm going to turn the stream off and keep doing this. Wait, hold on. Croc smells? Hold. I want to see what Croc smells is. Channel Mirror Paradox Tinker Oathstorm. Okay. Ooh, Citadel Sisters. I remember that. It's is that a Pattonmore? J. Pattonmore? It was a Pattonmore classic. Oh, Kamigatsu's Enchantress. Oh. Croc Smells is just Dredge? How many of these Dredge decks are fucking on here? Okay, what about Croc Smells 2? It's just more Dredge. Okay. It's just more Dredge. These are all newer. Checklands, Dark Jeskai. I think we've gotten through the heavy hitters. Ooh. Right. I'll show off Black Moon, and then we'll call it on Black Moon. This is a deck that we brought up. This is a fan favorite deck. I'll check out Berserk too. I kind of want to see what Black Moon is. But this is mono black mid range that splashes for Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. Keith, what up? How's it going? Your boy, I'm one more session of ranked away from Plat 4. I'm very close to Plat 4 with Lily. That's how I'm going. That's how I'm doing. What up? I'm talking about old I'm talking about old ass Canlander decks. This deck's sick. I should revisit this. Black Moon. I feel like I can do it. I feel like if I mean, I still got a lot to learn, but at least I can drive rush cancel, and actually I have combos now. It's incredible. Did you know that you can deal damage to people? And that you don't just have to win neutral and then reset over and over again? It's incredible. Yeah, I don't want to look at this Berserk deck, and then I'm probably going to call it there. Wild if true. I know. It's unbelievable. Oh, this is just, yeah, this is just Sorensen. It's blue-green Sorensen. But I guess I understand why it's called Berserk, because there's Berserk, and we're splashing for Temur Battle Rage. No Fatal Frenzy? Shaking my head. Powerful. Okay, I'm going to call it there, because I'm pretty sure we've been... Oh, look at that uptime. Wow. Oh, never mind. The uptime is 5 hours, but we've been recording for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to call it there. Before you go though, look at this. So I've been keeping track of all the lists that I want to play. I want to update again. So if you're looking forward to more Canlander streams, I know that we didn't play today. I'm going to play Reanimator tomorrow. Mono Red Storm, Mono Red Tokens, Kiki Reanimator, Lantern Control, Jun Fastbon Reanimator, Allurin, Food Chain, Stifle Knot, Blink Reanimator, Defenders, Big Green, Oath of Druids, Seinfeld, Blitz, Red Prowess, Esper Humans, Hot Tub Combo, Hermit Druid, Affinity, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Rug Scape Shift, Jeskai Ascendancy, Heartbeat Turns, Big Gay Electric Prince Moonstorm, Flash Rector, Academy Turns, Mono Black, 2-card Monty, Mono Green Stompy, Pox, Big Cartography, 420 Treefolk Burn, Rally the Ancestors Combo, and Black Moon. That's a lot. I'd like to get through some of these decks though. I'd like to start updating them and see if they can still tango in the modern day you know, Magic landscape. But I'm going to call it there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. CardKingdom.com sponsor. Tell you what, I'll add Arista Scraps. Yeah, you got me. You got me, Illusion. I'll add Arista Scraps too. Aristo Scraps. Thanks for watching. CardKingdom.com. Use that link. Helps me sponsor the channel. All that jazz. Also, if you want to play Canlander with me, Mana Traders is also sponsor of the channel. And you can use that link, the referral link, because it helps me out a lot. They're the reason we can do Canlander streams. And use that code BenWheeler_12M for 10% off. And you can pay like $20 and play Canlander in any deck you want. $20 a month. That's pretty sick. So tomorrow I will be streaming. Oh, if I do Canlander, when I do Canlander tomorrow, it's going to be a later stream, because tomorrow I am going to be, the first lure stream back is This Your Card in the morning. So I'm going to be playing Is This Your Card, more Hearthstone Battlegrounds. And then in the afternoon, I am going to be playing some Commander on webcam for the Sheldon Menery. We're doing a Sheldon Menery Commander charity stream, where all donations go to the Moffat Cancer Center, and it's myself, Mana Curves, Commander Mechanic, and Mr. Bevers. So check it out. I'm going to play my Ruhan, my mono blue Ruhan. I just Bluehan myself, which is my favorite deck that I trolled Sheldon with, and I think it was his favorite deck too. So tune into that. It'll be a blast. There's a link there for more information, or to Logan's Twitter post. All right, let's go somewhere. Let's go somewhere. Also, the VOD for this will be up on the channel by this evening if you came in halfway. Wait, Surge is streaming again? What? But he raided me. Did Surge raid me and then start streaming again? What a degenerate. No way, I just need to refresh, right? Okay, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's go do that. Let's go watch the charity stream. I know some of you might be tired of charity, what with Desert Bus being over, but you know, go watch this, support them. It's a great cause, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye, love you.